Go ahead and start the agenda with item number 1, which is citizens' comments on issues listed in the agenda. I believe we have several today.
We do have several, so I'll read the intro. Citizen comments provides the opportunity for our citizens to address the council on items that are listed on the agenda. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, and I will let you know when 1 minute is left. Please state your name and address prior to your comments. A professional presentation is required. If you have any handouts, please set them on the table and I will pass them out to the council. Our first speaker is Sharon Barbosa Crane.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council, Manager and Staff. Sharon Barbosa Crane, 2608 Allenadale, Irving. I want to speak to you just briefly on item number 12 on tonight's agenda. This is your rules of procedure. I have 2 items that I'd like to call to your attention and ask that you give some consideration to what I'm about to say when you discuss this in your work session in a little while. You have, in your changes in your rules of procedure, you're looking at various kinds of time limits and instructions toward those who come before you. And you have specifically spoken to zoning cases. And although zoning cases are similar in nature to a lot of other things that come before you, they do have a special process. So what you have proposed doing is limiting a 20-minute presentation time to 10 minutes. Now, actually, I thought it was already 15 minutes. And so I have always been planning for quite some time to make sure that even when I have a team that they understand they can't go over 15 minutes. I think 20 minutes is quite a generous time period that you obviously have had for some time. I believe that you will find that 10 minutes is going to be cutting a little short in many instances. Now, I seldom go, I don't know going over 10 minutes, but I often do go 10 minutes. Because of the complexity of the things that are presented to you. And I think what you're going to find is when you have teams of people in a complex zoning case, and they all have various things that they have to present and answer to that do affect the zoning, and you have engineers and architects and other type of specialists who come before you, that you will find that you're going to be pushing up against that 10 minutes a lot of times. And then there's going to be the question of, do you let a person finish, and how do you do it, and all of those things, when I think if you extended that beyond 10 minutes, that everyone would be better off. I do believe that it would stop some conflict that you do build into it. You see, the fact is that you are the last resort for this very important legal process. And there are no do-overs for a long time if a zoning case is lost and if an applicant cannot present what he needs to present, which in many instances has not been able to present fully through the planning and zoning process because of really stricter limitations of time and restrictions on contact with the members of the commission, which you all do not recognize as being necessary, then it makes the council's role not just as the final say, but just as one who is working on what actually is ultimately approved, even more important. So I appreciate if you all take that into consideration. And the only other thing I wanted to say was in the restriction of audio-visual materials in public presentations, my understanding was that you did not intend that to restrict the use of the overhead projector. And so if that's the case, if you all could somehow make sure that everyone would understand that, it would be appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Tyler McKay.
Tyler McKay. I live at 10102 Norman Court. This is my 3rd time to speak on the issue. I have 3 issues with the hockey rink that's located behind my house. The first is the light glare issue. It shines into my bedroom. It has not been resolved, and I first filed a complaint in December 2023. My second issue is that the neighbors and I wake up Sunday mornings between 6:30 and 7 to really loud noises, kids outside, exercising, yelling, playing music. This is what we hear. That is what we wake up to on Sunday mornings, and we have called the police. I think there have been 4 reports over the past 2 weekends that we've done. The biggest issue that I've had is the dehumidification unit behind my house. I first filed a complaint in 2021, and the dehumidification unit was installed in 2012. Well, 2012. And the current noise ordinance at that time, and that currently stands, limits the decibels to 50 at night and 60 during the day. The current decibels are 70. It's been years. I've reached out again in 2023. I've talked with council members, talked with code enforcement, and I kind of felt like I was reassured that this was going to be solved, this problem was going to be solved. It hasn't, and this new updated noise ordinance is basically quieting the people, not the noise. They're raising the decibel levels and saying that they can't do anything about it. I mean, very clearly it states decibel levels, and they exceed those. So I'm not looking for the rink to shut down. I'm looking for some type of noise screen so that we can enjoy our backyards. And this is what we listen to basically 24/7. This is I was going to play that for the rest of the time, but I think you get the picture. It is disruptive, and it basically runs 24/7. Thank you.
Next is Melissa Gorman.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Buentipo Gorman. I live at 10104 Norman Court, Irving 75063. I have actually been a resident for almost 40 years. I attended the University of Dallas and never left Irving. I was one of the original builders in Valley Ranch in 1994, and am still at my address. The rink has been an issue as long as I've been there. My main concern is the noise issue and the danger issue. Along the street, around Cowboys Parkway, when they have their big tournaments, they block off part of the street that's supposed to be for no parking, no standing. The barricades come up very quickly, and it's very dangerous. Also, my concern is of the speeding that goes by both ways, and of the stop signs on either end that are ignored many of the times by people who are driving through. So again, very dangerous, especially if you're walking your dog or your children. Regarding the noise, it has been quite an issue. It feels like what my neighbor has presented through her various presentations, that though she's spoken and she's spoken to people, they really haven't heard, or they've heard, but it's kind of, okay, we heard you, so now we're going to put it here because we need to discuss these issues instead, or we need to make sure we discuss how the Star Center is going to be beneficial or not to what we decide, or something like that. But anyway, I just want to support her and show that we do live in Irving by choice. It's a great place to live. There's been a lot of
1 minute
improvements.
remaining.
My son takes part of the Miracle League Baseball League that is hosted by the city of Irving, and that is something that we treasure. We would like to remain in the city of Irving where we can be heard, because I guess that's our right, correct? That's why we're standing here, and I'm standing here for 33 more seconds because I'm just so nervous I can't move my feet. So thank you for the time to speak. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Gail Trussell, followed by Kim Johnson.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Gail Trostel, 10110 Norman Court, here on my second time to talk about the noise issue with the Star Center. I really feel like we've been bamboozled a little bit because as Tyler said, it's just, she was led to believe that, you were listening to the residents' complaints, but it sounds like it's getting rearranged so that the business is getting the benefit of the review of the noise. And that's not what we were expecting, but, there we are. It's just a constant day-to-day, you go in your yard, you can hear it. It's, the whole neighborhood is affected. And if you've lived there, I think you could appreciate it. And I guess part of my reason for coming here today was to ask you, how do you sleep at night? Because I'm going to say very well, because you don't live next to the Stars Center. But I'm hoping that this, when you're looking at this resolution and the noise levels, that you will think about the residents and not just the business, because, we have to live there 24/7. The business is only certain hours of the day, and I appreciate that, that they're there and they're tax paying as well, but there's just so much that could be done there to make it better for everyone. And I'm hoping that that's something you guys will still consider, and going forward that we can get some resolution for that. So thank you for listening.
Our final speaker, Kim Johnson, please.
Greetings, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager Hillman. My name's Kim Johnson, and I worked for the Irving Police Department in 911 for 38 years and 8 months. And I just came today to ask you if you would please, I think Sergeant Jerry Wicker has sent a substantial amount of emails regarding the COLAs, the cost of living adjustments for retirees. If you would give some consideration to thinking about changing the percentile for the Irving retirees. I just retired a little over 2 years ago, and I did get a cost of living raise last January, which I was really excited about. And but my understanding was years ago that they were completely stopped for some retirees, no matter what. That was a big budget cut. And so Sergeant Wicker attached some comparisons in his emails that Irving is at the 30 percentile, and that all the other cities were at least 50% or above that, some up at around 70%. And I would just ask that you all consider looking at that, because in all my time with Irving, Irving was a fair city. I love the city of Irving. I'm a homegrown person from Irving. I grew up in Irving, MacArthur High School, and grew up at the Irving Police Department. And I always found it to be fair and just. And I know that I think you all inherited this. City Manager Hillman has certainly did a lot of things once he came on board to help with 911 was considered general government employees, and so there was a lot of increases in we started getting raises again in general government. The police officer sworn
1
side
minute
would get raises, but not always the civilian side. So he changed that, and we appreciate that. And so I just wanted you to think about that, if you would. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank everybody for being down here. Al, I know that we've been talking about this, so I think, was it Shane was supposed to set up a meeting with the owner of that? So you
Hey,
want to?
Shane, could you join us?
Yeah.
Shane, come on up, because these ladies and I have met a couple of times. And you and I and the mayor have talked about this, and so maybe you can update them so that they know we didn't forget them.
There we go. Good afternoon, council members, Mr. Mayor. Shane Gillier, Code Enforcement Director. I have had, as part of our work on the noise ordinance, which we're presenting a little later this afternoon, have discussions with the management there. I've asked the management there to reach out to the city or to the city secretary's office. I've mentioned that you're interested in having discussions. I'm assuming because you have not met that they perhaps have not reached out and set that up with your staff in the city secretary's office to schedule that. Can I answer anything specific about that we are going to get to in the presentation here, but anything specific about
No, I think
questions
it's
at this point?
important, because I don't mind saying this. I went on the line to say, hey, I hear you, and I went out there, spent the time, and I'm going to try to get this done. So we're close. Okay, so you're hearing it from Shane. We're going to be dealing with the noise ordinance, and we're trying to make sure we have a session with the owner. Okay, so we're getting there.
Brad.
Sorry that,
Excuse me.
excuse me, Mayor, but sorry that we don't live close, so it's nice and quiet where I live, fortunately. But we haven't forgot you. Please bear with us. Okay. Shane, Marit, we're good. Thank you.
Sir.
Brad? Sorry, no.
You mind if I say?
No, I'd like your help.
No, this has been an ongoing problem, even when I started 2012 with different residents who were having issues with kind of the overcrowding, the parking on the weekends, and the Star Center switched from basically the Stars practice facility to a cash cow for tournaments and private hockey. And, some people like that. A lot of people who live there don't like that. But with the noise where it is and the light pollution where it is, and, people deserve to live peacefully in their neighborhoods. So
Certainly.
if they're in violation of the noise ordinance, can their CO be revoked at some point?
A CO is not generally something that is tied to a violation of a noise ordinance. Honestly, if we've got recurring issues of a number of different types and a business that becomes a nuisance property under the way the state code defines nuisances, there may be Chapter 54 lawsuits that.
Nuisance is harder to prove.
Nuisance is harder to prove, but nuisance is also what gets us into a district courtroom where a judge would be able to order an injunction or some various things there that would give us more permanent relief in regards to.
Add a remedy of revocation of a CO in our noise ordinance update.
I would have to research that. That's something, and as we have the discussion with the noise ordinance standards today, it's not something that we have covered yet. So there need to be some discussions I need to have with the city attorney's office and with the inspections department that oversees COs as to how the two interplay and what we could do. But it's certainly, if council would like us to explore that, we can certainly explore that.
It just seems like, obviously, we don't want to go around just shutting down businesses or something like that, but we also want them to be good neighbors. And, this has been a struggle for a very long time in different aspects. But to have that light and have that noise, that would drive me crazy in my backyard.
Certainly.
Like, my brain is going crazy with that. So,
Yeah.
they ought to be a better neighbor with what they're doing out there, because already in the streets, people are playing hockey, even though they're told not to do it. They're doing their calisthenics out there historically. And then the big tournaments, they make a ton of money off those tournaments, and that this is a cash cow for them to do the private hockey. And it's great for people to have a place to play, but to me, they ought to be in compliance with the ordinances. And I certainly don't want to see us amending the ordinance where, now they're in compliance, because to me, it's just too loud over there.
Certainly. And what will be presented to you a little later this afternoon, we'll go into it in detail when we get to the slide, is not something that actually would make them in compliance with the ordinance as much as it would acknowledge the fact that there are businesses that exist in the city, this being one of them, that have operated in a way that predates the ordinance we're discussing today, that predates the existence of homes nearby, and that is a circumstance where the ordinance as we currently have it written is not enforceable or applicable. The city prosecutor's office has done some work to review some various things there in the past years prior to our arrival. And the drive we're making today is to try to accomplish a workable ordinance that then applies, and then the language that will be proposed specific to this issue will drive towards treating it something like a non-conforming use, whereas things change and things are made different, they have to then come into compliance with newly installed equipment or newly installed activities. As far as the light shielding issue goes, we do have a draft amendment of language that's with the city attorney's office now for review, that when that review is done here in the coming meetings, we'll be back to you to be proposed. Whether that's retroactive or prospective going forward is still a question that we have to answer, again, because most of our ordinances do not work in reverse. If something's existing, it's legal and would have to be changed as well. So we're working towards resolutions with things that would come in the future, but are not able to apply things retroactively with what we're looking at adopting. So we're in a bit of a balancing act in approaching this. And I'll have more information regarding
We'll get into it a little deeper.
Yeah, in the slide itself.
I think Al was just trying to reassure the residents that we are looking at it and we are trying to get a message. And if we haven't received a phone call, if you will give the number to Julia, then we'll have her, and she's good at making sure people return calls.
Certainly.
And she'll make sure that we have a meeting. Al, did you have any?
I just wanted you to see also, it's on the agenda. Here. I have a question for you, Shane.
Certainly.
And if my understanding is correct, when I visited with you a couple of times up there, that the generation or generators is of higher power, and so it seems to them that it's a lot louder noise because it may be generating more, and the light is a lot lighter. So when we take up this afternoon, I think we need to look at if in fact their actual, CO with us has the determination of what the decibels are and or with the lighting, and if it's not in compliance, then I think we need to then deal with that at that point, and we may take it up to this afternoon. That's what I wanted our neighbors to know, that we're trying to get it done, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a city operations update.
Mayor,
Chris.
we have one operations update. I'd like to invite April and her team up for last month on ICTN.
Good afternoon.
April Reiling, Director of Communications. Last month on ICTN is featuring the best of video content for the month of August.
Your ICTN team produced 47 videos in the month of August.
This is why I do what I do, to be able to go through all of the documentation, all the paperwork part, and get to the point where the personal connection comes in.
Instead of sticking to our tablets all day, we could come outside and have fun. And we could even wait for the night and wait for it to glow.
Happy birthday! Today is Dogust Day. It is the day that we are celebrating every dog in the shelter's birthday.
Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress.
We're a small family-owned local business. We want to support other family-owned local businesses.
Just letting the community know what resources are out there for them, for us as nonprofits to know what resources are out there, so we're able to serve the families who are coming to us for assistance.
Playing music with my buddies, man. You know, that's what we like to do, and tonight we get to do it here in Irving, Texas.
If aviation isn't in your family, you don't even know what it takes to become a pilot or what pilots in training go through.
We know that corporations, when they're looking to come to North Texas, and there's a lot of them, they want to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to handle the traffic, to handle the light rail, the mass transit, that their workers and the citizens demand.
I feel like we've really integrated ourselves into Irving, and so I was just incredibly excited and grateful that we get to be back here.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/the City of Irving.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. We have a proclamation for Human Resource Department. If they could join me up in the front. Got a little red dot running around the screen there. I'm worried with the chief paying attention. Dang, I gotta be at the front.
What do we even decide? Keep going, I guess.
Y'all doing okay today? Well, these are the people that keep everyone employed. They're the individuals that make sure that we have everything that we need for our employees and that they keep them up to date. And when we're looking for new employees, they do the work there. And so we're very blessed to have these individuals who have worked for a long time to make sure that we have the 2,000 plus employees that we have here within our city. So we have a proclamation for the Mayor's Office. Whereas the Human Resource Department of the City of Irving plays a vital role in the success and well-being of our city's workforce, ensuring that every employee is supported, valued, and given resources needed to thrive. And whereas HR professionals are dedicated to fostering positive and inclusive work environment where diversity is celebrated and everyone can grow and succeed. And whereas these professionals work tirelessly to recruit and retain top talent, manage employee relations, administrative benefits, ensure compliance with laws and regulations, manage risk, process payroll, and provide training and development opportunities. And whereas Human Resource committed to excellent contributes significantly to the overall efficiency and effectiveness of our city government, ensuring that the needs of both employees and the community are met. And whereas HR Professionals Day is the opportunity to recognize and honor the hard work, dedication, and professionalism of those who serve this critical field. Acknowledge their contribution to the City of Irving's continued success and growth. Now therefore, I, Rick Stouffer, Mayor of the City of Irving, and the Irving City Council, do hereby proclaim September 26, 2024 as Human Resource Professionals Day in Irving, Texas. Thank you all for what you do.
Thank you very much. This is probably one of the most hardworking HR teams that I've ever seen. They really care about their internal and external customers, and I'm just really excited and really proud of them every day. So thank you for recognizing them.
Now they're going to try to squeeze us all together so they can get a picture. Go ahead. No, I'm good. I got it. Here, let's do this. I'll do this.
That's the woman who pays us.
I know it. That's why I put her in front. At least you got a little break. Okay, the next item on our agenda is an update from DART. I believe Nadine has joined us here today. with information, and I believe you also have a presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here today. Mayor Stouffer, council members, Mr. Hillman, thank you for having me. And I'm very pleased to be able to bring an update for you from DART. And you do all have the presentation slides, I hope. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. By the way, I was wondering if next time I can do a video update instead of a presentation. I'm just joking. All right, so today I want to talk about the current state of DART in Irving. There's been lots of talk around the region, and so I want to kind of talk to you a little bit about what's happening with the ridership in Irving and also some of the development that's happening, and then also talk about what we have planned in the future for DART in Irving as well. So let's start with DART in Irving today. The top line is that the orange line ridership has been growing each year. It's now at 3% higher than pre-pandemic levels. And I know a lot of people don't like for us to compare things to pre-pandemic levels, but that's something that we've measured because it's a baseline that got reset when everyone went into shutdown. And so we've been measuring that just as a gauge to understand where we were relative to before the pandemic. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Our bus ridership has been steady. Again, I'll talk more about that later. I've got some more slides to share with you, but I think the bottom line to understand is that travel patterns have changed. We've seen this across the transit industry, and while traffic on the highways and the streets is back and probably worse than it was before the pandemic, transit is not recovering at the same rate. And a lot of this has to do with the fact that a lot of businesses have not fully brought workers back to their offices to work in-house, or they're doing some form of hybrid work environment, so the travel demand for the workforce is not the same as it was before. So what we have seen is that weekend usage of transit is higher. That's interesting, as is midday travel. So, those are also trends that are happening across the country. So I always like to describe to people that during the pandemic, everybody learned what it meant to flatten the curve. And so the peak period travel demand got flattened during the pandemic, and it hasn't quite recovered to where it was before. But what we saw was that the midday travel picked up, and so that evened out our travel demand curve. GoLink usage grows each quarter, and paratransit trips actually have increased by about 3%. So I wanted to show you this slide because I think the ridership in Irving is very interesting in that it is tracking pretty close to what our overall system ridership is doing. And I don't unfortunately have my laser pointer here, but I'll walk over and kind of show you what I'm talking about. And if you look at the graph that you have before you in the where the pandemic hit, you can see where we went from like Q3 of FY20, where we really saw the dramatic decreases in ridership. That's all due to the pandemic. If you look at the ridership from FY20 Q3 to FY22, about Q3, the same time, you'll see that the ridership was pretty steady. Now, in that period of time, we were getting ready to start our DART Zoom bus restructure. And so our expectation might have been for Irving that the bus ridership would decrease dramatically once we launched the new bus network. But in fact, what we did with the new bus network is we tried to capture as much of the ridership as we could. And this is specific to Irving, by the way. We tried to capture as much of the bus ridership as we could. So in FY22, when we launched the new bus network, the ridership didn't change dramatically on bus, even though we did some conversion to GoLink. What's also interesting about this is that the bus ridership has, even though it hasn't come back to what it was before, it's actually been increasing steadily. What we see here also is
I just wanted you to know you can use the mouse as a laser.
Oh.
It was just informing me.
Who knew?
So if you want to point to stuff, feel free.
This one or this?
Yep.
Oh, this?
I think that one. Fernando, can you help me out here?
You'll want to keep it. You'll want to keep it on the map.
Oh, I
maybe.
see. I see what you're
just
saying.
Right there, yeah.
I thought you meant pointed out. Technology. Okay, let me go back to where we were. Okay, so here, sorry, this is a lot better. Thank you. So around in this time, this is the pandemic ridership here. And then, actually, I can do this not looking at the screen. Here is where we launched the new bus network. And you'll see here in FY22, the ridership dropped just a slight bit, not any worse really than what we typically have. And it kind of came back because we have these sort of ebbs and flows throughout the year. But the thing to remember is that in FY22, even though we launched the new bus network, we actually were down a number of operators. And so we were actually missing about 15% of our trips at that time. And since then, about FY23 here, we actually had fulfilled all of our operator pool. And so we were down to missing only less than 1% of our trips. And so through here, we're now starting to grow our ridership. And I think that's an important thing to note because while we are concerned about the bus ridership, it is actually starting to grow. And so I think we have done the right mix of bus and demand response in Irving for the time being. We're going to continue to track that over time. Now I have to remember where I'm going. I have two things now. I have a remote control and a mouse. Okay, so where are people going on DART as it relates to Irving? This is just one example of our different GoLink zones. You can see here, and this came from our data that we track with the on-demand services that we provide. You can see here this big red dot right here. This is the downtown Irving Heritage Cross Station, and you can see that this is a pretty big hub for people wanting to go to and from places in Irving. And you can see around here, you can see some big yellow spots. You can see a little bit of red here. This is a shopping center right here. Here's a high school. People are taking GoLink to and from the station here, and they're going to a number of different places. A lot of these are apartments. They are residential units that people are accessing using GoLink. And so that's important for us to understand how people are actually using these services. Oops, wrong way. On the rail side of things, excuse me, again, where are people going on DART? Well, on the Orange Line, a lot of people are headed from Irving to the West End Station, the Bachman Station, and the DFW Airport Station. And again, these numbers came, or this data came from the COG onboard survey that they do every year. Excuse me. And then on the TRE, most people are traveling either to downtown Dallas or downtown Fort Worth or the Centerport Station. Couple of demographics here that I provided. Most of the jobs in Irving are accessible within a half mile of DART service. And then 89% of the jobs in Irving are actually filled by people who do not live in Irving, which is also very interesting. So we think that a lot of people who are traveling on transit on DART in Irving are actually people coming into Irving on DART and not necessarily residents. That doesn't mean there aren't residents who take DART. It's simply saying that, you know, a lot of them probably are coming in from outside of Irving. System ridership growth, I mentioned earlier that Irving is tracking very close to our system in terms of the percentage. We do, again, report a lot of things as a percentage of pre-pandemic numbers, so we're about 80% across our system overall. A couple of things to note. As I mentioned before, weekend ridership has been recovering a lot faster than weekday ridership. Sunday ridership is exceeding pre-pandemic levels by 113%. This is common, again, among other transit systems, and GoLink continues to show the greatest growth in ridership system-wide. And then paratransit trips have actually increased 105% since pre-COVID. Services in Irving, just want to focus on a couple of changes that happened in Irving in June. We have a new Route 255 that links TRE to North Lake College. We have a new GoLink zone that have absorbed, parts of Old East Irving zone have absorbed into this, and I'm sorry, I said that wrong. It's absorbed part of the Old East Irving zone and also part of the South Irving zone. And then actually, starting next week, all 4 of our light rail lines are going to be operating 20-minute headways from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's actually expanding that window of time by about 5 hours, 2 more hours in the morning, 3 more hours in the evening. So the access to the 20-minute service is actually increasing, and that includes the Orange Line. We have a lot of attention being paid right now on routes 229 and Route 230 that carry about 1,500 to 1,700 passengers a day. Those are the two routes in Irving that we are targeting for what we call our Tier 1 investments to increase the levels of service on those bus routes. Because right now they're about on a 30-minute peak, 40-minute off-peak headway. We want to increase that to a 15-minute peak and a 20-minute off-peak headway because we've seen some strong growth in ridership. And so I think, what we want to emphasize here is that, in addition to just having a physical network of infrastructure, having services to support your community is just critically important as it relates to improving mobility for the residents of Irving. On the security front, late last year, we added 100 transit security officers. They're contracted and armed. We added those security officers to supplement the 200 sworn officers that we already had deployed throughout our system, as well as our 53 fare enforcement officers who are writing the system and checking fares. We can see improvements having these extra, we call them TSOs, having the extra TSOs. The measure that we use for that is that we look at our priority 1 calls and the response time for that. Our target for response time is 8 minutes, and since last year we've actually cut that time in half. So we're responding in less than 4 minutes on average. And priority 1s are incidents that involve assault or threat to an individual as opposed to property. A third of the calls that we get, just for your information, are related to fare evasion or code of conduct issues. In addition to that, we also have our multidisciplinary response teams, which we call DART CARES. That is teams. We have 4 teams of a combination of a law enforcement individual paired with a mental health professional and a paramedic to do interventions on the system for people who are unhoused or who are in cognitive crisis who might pose a threat to others. So we are out on the system doing those interventions and hope that we can create a more secure and safe environment for our riders. And in addition to that, we also have elevator attendants that are monitoring the elevators on a daily basis. I will note that there's only one elevator in Irving, which is in Las Colinas, but that one's actually closed and has been for quite a while because the people mover is not operating. On the cleanliness front, we've added significantly to our regimen for cleaning across all of our services. We have an onboard porter program that cleans vehicles while they're in service. And you may have noticed, if you've been on the system lately, that we have new vinyl seating on all of our buses and trains to help with cleanliness for our passengers. Sorry, I keep going the wrong way. So from a reliability perspective, as I mentioned earlier, at this point, we're canceling less than 1% of our trips. And again, that's down from 2 years ago when we were canceling about 15% of our trips. And that's due to having a full slate of operators, aggressive hiring, aggressive processing. If there is someone who leaves the organization, making sure we free up the FTEs and make sure that we're optimizing our capacity in terms of personnel. The thing that I often like to talk about these days that doesn't often get discussed is service restoration. When something happens on our system, especially if it's something that we could not have predicted, like a fire truck falling on our tracks, which happened just a couple months ago, our objective is to get the service back up and running as quickly as possible. That is critically important for the riders, and they really need to be able to depend on us. And so we do everything we can to restore our services as quickly as we can. I wanted to share this with you. There are always a lot of questions about development as it relates to transit. And so I wanted to share this with you because this is, of course, the Las Colinas area from an aerial view. And I think you can see the differences from 2009 to 2024. A lot of development has happened in Las Colinas. I know the city has participated financially and also provided incentives for developers to come in. And certainly DART has tried to contribute to that as much as possible in encouraging some of the development to happen around the stations. I know that at the Irving Infrastructure Summit just a few weeks ago, one of the Irving staff referred to Las Colinas as the region's largest TOD, which we were very excited to hear. And so this is something that we continue to work on, and I'll talk a little bit more about development and fantastic spaces later on. Sorry. I do want to acknowledge, obviously, Irving City Council has been part of the 6 out of our 13 cities that have passed resolutions that support capping or reducing our sales tax revenues. We have 2 studies. One report has already come out. One's being reported on today. The first one being the EY report that allocates costs for DART's operating capital and debt service to each of the 13 service area cities. The briefing to the board was just done 2 days ago, and there's a final report out, which if you haven't already received it, we'd be happy to share it with you. And then also the COG Regional Transit 2.0 study, the first task, which is talking about the legislative agenda and the recommendations for that, has come out today, has been discussed at the RTC meeting in a workshop. And so all of those tasks are going to be rolling out here in the next few months. I think they're targeting somewhere in the March-April timeframe for a final completion of that document. But they wanted to get the legislative piece out sooner so they could prepare for the next session. We acknowledge that there are a lot of issues, that there's a lot of dissatisfaction in the cities that have passed these resolutions. Our objective is to work with you and ensure we provide as much value to your city as we can. We do not have any interest in going to Austin and fighting this out because we think this is a local issue and it's better to try to resolve these things locally. And so we want to keep our dialogue open and try to uncover the best ways to serve all our communities. So let's talk about future plans. Well, DART has a new strategic plan called Point B. And our overarching goal for Point B is to leverage DART as a strategic economic and mobility asset for our region. For our cities, we want people to use and love DART. And of course, we want Irving to be a great place in part because of DART. And so whatever we can do to try to leverage DART as an asset for your community, trying to impress upon people that quality of life involves people not having to drive. That's what we're going for. We have a new vision and mission. The objective here is to be first in mind when people need to travel anywhere, not just within the region, but also within the city of Irving, and really trying to use DART to help people connect and flourish. We want people to thrive. Again, I know you all have big quality of life objectives in your own city vision, and so we want to be a part of delivering that for your residents. There are 6 strategic goals for our Point B strategic plan, organized under 3 audiences. The first one being our employees in our organization and trying to deliver on the potential that resides within our organization to be better as an organization and also as employees, and at delivering on our mission. The second is a customer-focused goal to address rider needs, and that's in quality of service and connecting people through seamless mobility. And then the third is focusing on our community, fantastic spaces and strategic relationships to address community and city concerns. I'm sorry, I keep going the wrong way on this. I don't know why I can't do it. On the strategic vision for transit, we spent some time talking to the mayor as well as the city manager about the vision, the future vision for Irving as well as for DART in Irving. And so a few things that we heard was that we want to reinforce and amplify the reputation of Irving as the most convenient and most networked AAA rated city in North Texas, with workforce residents and visitors choosing to stay, play, and recreate in Irving destinations. And we want to accomplish this using more micro and mid-size intra-Irving transit options that also serve to enhance the city's reputation as a location urban destination. This is really important because one of the greatest things about Irving is just where you're located. It's proximity to the airport, proximity to Dallas without being in Dallas, access to the rest of the region. I think, Irving has so much to offer everybody, and I think, we would like to help you capitalize on your location. There was a desire in our conversation for new, fantastic spaces that reinforce the city's brand identity and to help provide a compelling and preferred option for corporate entities that are seeking to attract talent through workforce productivity and quality of life benefits that are unique to Irving, and ultimately wanting to contribute to the city's economic objectives. Thank you very much for sharing the information from your resident survey. We did actually get a chance to read through a lot of the comments that were made. Obviously, we hear a lot about personal safety and security concerns. We also hear a lot about wanting to invest in public transportation and also expand services, increase the levels of service. There was some comment also about needing more information on how to use DART, for example, and I think these are all things that are very doable and very solvable. So we will work with your city staff to figure out how we address those issues. On the strategic relationships front, this goal in our strategic plan is all about working closely with our partners so that we can advance mutual goals. And really, I think what we would really like to do is try to leverage what resources we all have to work together and make things happen more quickly. Sorry, that was the slide I was supposed to use. The next item is Fantastic Spaces. We really want to use Fantastic Spaces to leverage DART's presence and really activate spaces around DART to catalyze economic and social activity within your city. So Irving has already created a lot of fantastic and vibrant spaces in downtown Irving and Las Colinas for community and visitors. There are lots of opportunities that we can also uncover as well. So I'll just use an example of the farmers market that we held in downtown Irving. And it was actually one of the top 2 that we held in terms of attendance and produce sold. This was an experiment we did over the past summer, and there's a lot of interest in it that we've actually been talking to the American Heart Association about potentially doing a partnership to sponsor these farmers markets next summer. And so we're hoping that we can find a way to fund these and continue them throughout the region. In terms of TOD opportunities, DART is really looking at the ways that we can support future development and growth, and there is a lot coming down the pipeline. We're going to look at our portfolio of policies and practices and see what we can do to accelerate the delivery of the development that I think you all are very interested in doing. So we'll be talking more to your city staff about that and seeing what we can do to advance those. Joint development, we have property in West Irving as well as downtown. This is something that we really want to do to partner with our cities, is to leverage property that we own to advance some of the city goals. That's what we're hoping to do with the joint development. And just speaking of opportunities, North Irving Transit Center, just want you to know that a developer has approached DART with some interest in constructing housing at this location that is currently a very underutilized parking lot. So on recent and upcoming capital projects, we're super excited about the O'Connor TRE Bridge mural project. I think this mural is going to provide a really lovely pop of color and add to the character that contributes to the downtown Irving landscape. We also have, as I mentioned, the seamless mobility goal, which is tied to availability and access to our services all across the board. This is today's network. This isn't just what's in Irving, right? This is the entire network. But I think what we're trying to show here is that it's not just about what we build in one city. It's about where you can go from any one city. It's also about what places or what access people have around the region to get to Irving if they want to. So it's about having more access and more opportunities. In order to make things seamless, we really have to provide a lot more service. And so I wanted to share this with you because we have, and I'll just show you here, this is our existing network today. We have this yellow highlight here just to kind of show you kind of the area around Irving or in Irving. And right in here, you can see in our Tier 1 network, we're going to go from what's blue. You can kind of barely see the blue right now, but moving to a purple line right here and right here. The purple line is actually representative of a higher frequency going to that 15-minute peak and 20-minute midday service, which I mentioned earlier. And then in the Tier 2 network in the future, we want to bring them to a 15-minute all-day network. And then you can see also in the background here, we have some blue lines of additional bus services that we think will be useful and necessary in the Tier 2 environment. So we don't have a good plan plan yet on how we're going to fund that, but that is part of our plan because we see the ridership growing in those particular areas. Whoops. On the CORE project, CORE is our Corridor Optimization and Rider Experience Program. This is about speed, convenience, and access along our bus corridors. And really, the best practices are in 4 key areas, which is street and intersection design, bus stops and routing, and traffic regulations and traffic signals. And the idea here is to speed up the buses and give people who are riding the buses some priority so that we can give some advantage to the 40 people who will ride the bus instead of the 40 cars that are driving around and causing congestion. And then we have future development that we're planning for mobility hubs that integrate first and last mile connections for everyone. And this is really trying to make sure that we provide the services and the infrastructure to make sure that we give people an opportunity to not drive and to not clog up your streets. And so the outcomes that we're looking for are increased connections, not congestion, increased connections and increased mobility. We're also testing a prototype bus shelter in the region right now. We're hoping that this becomes our new standard, and this modular piece provides shelter seating and lighting at bus stops for the comfort of our riders all year. Let me talk a little bit about the Loop 12 station. We're working with staff and the NCT COG to see how we can close the funding gap and get this project completed. This is going to be a really exciting development project that I think adds to what you all have planned in the Loop 12 area. And then, of course, you probably are very familiar with the Silver Line project. Of course, it's the east-west connection through the northern part of our service area, ultimately ending at DFW Airport. 26 miles, 10 stations, 7 cities. While it doesn't go directly as a service to Irving, we have some routes that Route 229 that will be connecting. It currently connects to the Green Line in downtown Carrollton, and we'll add a new connection to the Silver Line once the Silver Line is open. And so, as I mentioned before, 229 is one of the routes that we're thinking about improving to the 1520 headways in the near future in that Tier 1 program. In addition to that, we also have the Cotton Belt Regional Trail, which is going to add also to our transportation offerings. In terms of the quality service, we are looking into the future at how we can improve upon security in ways that perhaps we haven't thought of. So we're trying to do, we have a new security strategy where we're trying to employ other tools instead of just solely relying on armed law enforcement. So we want to move to a culture of pride and self-management and respect for the investment that everyone has made. And so we're looking at some ways to address those things through technology, the way we design our equipment and infrastructure, some of our communication and education campaigns, staffing, of course, but then also looking at other opportunities and innovative ideas on how we can improve security on the system. And then we have, under quality service, also our system modernization program, which is really making sure that we make strategic investments to keep our infrastructure in a state of good repair. And while we're taking care of our infrastructure, if there are opportunities to improve the infrastructure, we want to do that. And so our system modernization program includes buying 500 new buses and replacing our oldest light rail vehicles. It's a fleet of almost 100. And then also updating all of our passenger and operating facilities. And so our future funding has to consider the capital replacement and rehabilitation of our equipment and infrastructure. And then lastly, this is all captured in our Point B strategic plan, which we will be sending to all of the cities. So we'll be doing that here in the very, very near future. And so you can read all about it when you receive your copy. And so just to close out, we're really, really interested in making sure that we partner with all of our cities to find ways to use the capacity of our system a lot more efficiently. And we're looking forward to working with you to ensure a better future from a transportation perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Questions, comments? Dennis.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions for you. I'm looking at your amenities on your seamless mobility and these shelters prototypes. Do you have any of these prototypes being tested here in Irving?
We do not have any in Irving right now. We're testing it in 5 different locations. If I hold on one second, I'll get to that page. I'll tell you where they are, because we would love for you to go out there and check them out and then let us know what you think. Okay, so we have one, the smallest one is in Richardson at Synergy Park and Rutford. We have 2 in Dallas, one's at Malcolm X and Clarence, the other one's at Ross and Hall. And then 1 in Plano at Hedgecox and Preston, and 1 in Garland at Northwest Highway at Marketplace. We can get you that list in case you want to head out and look at them.
So it begs my question, why wasn't Irving considered as with some of these other cities?
So I will have to check as to how we made the decision. I don't know the answer to that, but I will check and get back to you.
Yeah, I'd like to know that, because it kind of speaks to kind of some of my feelings toward, it seems like Irving gets left out, or just about everything DART does. And here's a perfect example of it. We're probably one of the oldest cities that's been in the system, and you're testing new prototypes, but we don't. Anyway, that's one question. My second question to you is on your, where you talk about the joint development opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed you got the West Irving Station, and it shows 14 acres, but most of that is undeveloped land. So have DART actually looked at that actual land when they made their development opportunities map? Because I live out there, and I can tell you the 2.75 acres, there's a gas transmission station right there in it. And then the 11.60 acres, that's floodplain. So just may want to check and see, because I don't think that's developable property for a TOD.
I will definitely check. I would like to say also that joint development is not solely limited to TOD. So certainly if there are constraints around the use of the land, what we'd like to do is figure out what is possible and still leverage that so it doesn't just sit empty.
Brad.
A few comments. So thank you for coming. And I would say just first off, and I had heard Michael Morris talk about this at RTC, but I do not prefer giving the preference to buses until we can kind of get the service straight, because I think, I mean, my overarching comment, and one thing you mentioned is people would ride more often and use transit more often if it could timely get them to where they want to work, where they want to be. And so that's the biggest challenge. And I think ridership would surge if we can actually provide those services. Like if I could get here to where I work in Dallas or here to City Hall in a very quick basis, I think more people would ride it, but then I can't. And so to give a preference to a bus that's going somewhere else, I don't support that at this point. I mean, if you talk about congestion, twice in the tollway, I had seen DART buses kind of broken down, and we were backed up all the way to 635 and is sort of parked on the tollway. And so one comment would be, not in this presentation, but is there, along the major corridors where buses are going, is there a way that they could be towed or moved quicker? Because I started thinking, like, how much people being late to work costing how much money to people who are stuck in traffic because a bus was broken down. And that happened twice this year, where it's like these massive traffic jams. And so to me, that caused major congestion. And so that's a thought, is like, you know, your major 35, 635, tollways, 75s, like, is there a way to timely get broken down buses off, you know, or even if there's a wreck or something like that too. So that's a thought, is we're trying to avoid congestion, and then thinking about the future. It's far from perfected, but thinking about driverless vehicles or things that work like that. I would like to see like the link, when I was trying to program in a route to like get me to the airport from my house, I had to get off in my zone and then walk across, I think, the highway and, so things to make it more timely, I think people would love to see. I would also, in talking about Transit 2.0, which is being discussed today and going to be voted on, I don't really think with where we are, I would prefer that resolution about whether the legislature does something or not, that not be included at all in Transit 2.0. I don't think it's appropriate to have non-member cities really voting on that who are in jurisdiction with rival transit agencies. And so my preference is we just remove it altogether. If it's going to stay in, I'll be proposing some amendments to that. And so I think, again, like you were saying, it's really for us all to squabble and figure it out and push and pull. And so I don't think really for Transit 2.0 that has a space or appropriate space. What I also would like to see, big picture, is this takes time and doing and thought and the financial people, but of all the state agencies and municipalities and even the state of Texas, we all have caps on our revenues and budgets. And of course, we're looking forward to more development. And I think Irving has done a great job at development. But then to see where our penny's gone, that's some of the frustration of and what we could do to just simply hand that over. So, and you don't have to answer it today, but is DART, willing to consider a cap on its revenue where then there's some reasonable increase, but then that those revenues stop. And so again, I understand with costs, with what you're looking at as far as future services. But is there something where we could rely on that? Because the fact of the matter is a lot of the non-member cities really plug into our system. As Dennis was pointing out, we feel like we should have more services and looking at our police and fire and what we put into those, we can identify a lot of things. And so, and even the map itself today, you have more people working in Las Colinas during the daytime than downtown Dallas, but it sure looks like the hub for DART is Dallas proper and south. That's where everything is going, and so that's where a lot of the money's being spent. And so that's one of your challenges moving forward is, to me, people would love to be able to take the bus, the train easily around, and I think the increased security is great. I think that's one of the big concerns of the residents, that, people would like to ride it clean. And I think you have to have, and I have zero expertise in this, but you have to have, it seems like, a frequency of being able to get on a bus or being able to move quickly, and then maybe less connections throughout Irving. And so I think you'd see people would take it more. Now on TODs, I think there are great opportunities. I think you see different entities who want to be on a transit line and who want to be able to take advantage of that. And again, that's part of the parity we're talking about, is we've had to invest in our own stations to some extent out of our own pocket, whereas you see what I would argue redundant stations in other cities, other amenities being paid for. And so the TODs are very important. In your opinion on TODs, it's kind of a loaded question, but don't we think of TODs as maybe a little higher density, higher rise development, those sorts of things, rather than just a low rise development?
That is a little bit of a loaded question. I think it's all contextual. I think it has a lot to do with what you all want for the city's future and how we can make those things pencil, right? And one of the things that that my staff and I have been thinking about is, talking to the investment community as well, and trying to understand better how the investment community looks at, or evaluates whether or not they want to be a part of a development around transit. And so that would obviously be a partnership working with the cities, because you all hold the cards on land use and permitting and things like that. And I have heard some of our cities say that, despite the fact that you have parking policies and things like that, sometimes the investors are not interested in following the parking policy. And so it becomes a tug of war a bit, just a little bit of a balancing act, trying to figure out how we balance, sort of our policy agenda as it relates to reducing parking with what our funders are actually saying. So we get it. But, I think this is where I think we really do have to work hand in hand with our cities and approach the investment community and have a lot of dialogue, right? A lot of dialogue about how we balance all those things.
Well, for whatever reason, I've learned over a long time now, I would agree with you, a lot of developers, a lot of people, they don't want to do the parking. We've certainly had spaces like that where people today still complain, oh, the traffic's bad, there's not enough parking, and there isn't. And so Texans still do drive vehicles to and fro, and so even with working with transit, to get people to those places, they're still driving. They're still driving quite a bit, and so that's on my mind and continues to be on my mind with what I would call, let's have Texas-sized parking spaces. And I think Irving's done a good job with that. Other cities have not done a good job with that. But anyway, I digress. But I also say, like, for instance, on the Cypress Water Station is barely in Dallas. And it's kind of on the other side of Cypress Waters. And so, and not to pick on our friends, we're good partners with Coppell, but really right on the front stage of that station is going to be homes that are built literally almost right along the line there in Coppell. And so, again, that's another parity of services. A lot of these other cities have been using the penny. Some big name cities, that are getting services and have gotten services that's been on our mind of a fairer way of doing this for our commitment, putting in, I don't even know what it is, Chris, but it's over $1 billion. It's been over $1 billion to make sure we get out of it and make sure that we're a feature we're open to hosting the prototype stations. We're open to hosting the new facilities and those things where we would encourage it and appreciate it. And so, but then also having more services, bang for our buck, is really what our residents are saying in the services is like, get me there faster, make it safe, and have more availability.
Al.
Thank you. Sorry, can I just respond to one thing? Because you asked a question about buses and getting buses off the highway quicker. And so we do have 3 bus tow trucks. And if you're ever interested in seeing what one of those things looks like, let me know and we'll arrange a tour, because they're pretty interesting vehicles. But we do have 3 bus tow trucks available throughout our service area. It's anybody's guess as to where the accident's going to happen. But when we do have an issue with a bus that's broken down, particularly on the tollway, that particular incident gets a priority, so that we get the tow truck out there and get things moving as quickly as possible. So we appreciate the desire to have those things remedied as quickly as possible, and that's certainly what we want to do, because we never want the bus to be the problem. So I get that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we're definitely interested in working more closely together with the cities on the TOD opportunities and seeing what we can do to kind of remove any of those obstacles that prevent us from moving forward quickly.
Al?
Good to see you, Nadine. How are you?
Good to see you.
Just a couple of points. The first is that we had a good discussion this morning, and it's about TOD. And when I look at, especially in the Las Colinas area, and you have it on your, page 12, I mean, probably less than 10%, and maybe even less than that, probably utilize those 2 stations. that are right there along Lake Caroline, and it's unfortunate that all that 4-story apartments aren't adding to that. But we also suffer for something, but it also means that we're in the sweet spot in the Metroplex here in Irving, especially in the future development. And what I mean by that is really simply that we've got our 6 major highways that are cutting us up. And so we get into a situation where people coming from Fort Worth and the west coming east come through, as well as the north-south, as well as, and Loop 12 is a good example. So we kind of are a pass-through, but we're also a very, business community, and then, of course, with Las Colinas and with our residential. One of the interesting things that I wondered if you contemplated that in some of your stations that you key the TOD development, and I know it's on us because we're the ones that probably pushed it prior to most of us that are sitting on this council. That in your planning process and how you lay out that line, it seems to me it's got to be a hand-in-glove operation, and this one is very obviously, it wasn't. And I know that from my time as on the board of the LCA. So I say that is that I'm wondering if can you and do you, that's a better way to ask the question. At some of your stations, can you look at amenities? And I'm not talking about a little shopping area, but something that makes people want to stop or use it. Because right now, when I go by our lines here on Riverside in particular, it's sterile. And there's very few people sitting there waiting. And so it's just something that, if you're looking for feedback, I'm giving it to you in a positive sense, okay? Because we've got to be really clear on, at the end of the day, what's our return on our investment of that penny? And what's our ridership, and who are we servicing in our community, and it doesn't compute. And you know that, and I know it. And so, we're in it, and hopefully we can find a way that it is an accommodation. I know Rick has probably been one of the voices, but at the end of the day, like you said, we're in it together, and so how do we make it work? So, any comments?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for those comments. I think first to address, the question about trying to plan for, attractive, resources that people might want to stop to use. I think that is 100% a partnership that we want to have with the cities. One of the reasons that we had the conversation with the city manager as well as Mayor Stouffer earlier about our relationship and what the vision is for the city is to try to help identify, ultimately, we haven't gotten there yet, but to try to identify the types of services and amenities that you all are looking for in your various developments, and especially the ones near DART, and how we can get people to and from those locations, not just from outside of Irving, but especially within Irving. And I appreciate the previous comments as well about, wanting more availability of service for the residents of Irving, because I agree. I think when you don't have a lot of service for your residents, it's very hard to imagine people using it. And so I think at the end of the day, we're working right now with all of our cities on what we call area plans, and that's looking at the mobility within city boundaries, not just the intercity mobility that we have provided through the extensive rail network, but to look at what the city's needs are and try to figure out, how we can build off of the current services that you have and add more services and layer on more services. Because what we read as part of your resident survey was people were asking for more access to services. People were asking for more frequencies. Okay, what does that look like for them? Is it demand response through GoLink? Is it more bus service on routes like 229 that are performing pretty well right now and could be enhanced? What does that look like? And how do we ensure that when they do have those services that they operate really well and are super reliable? So, we really need to do our part to make the services as high quality as they can be so that people will actually use them. And it's always, people ask me all the time, like, well, what's preventing you from providing more service? And it's like, well, I don't really have the resources to do that. But what we can do is use the resources that we do have in a way that is the most efficient and effective as possible. One of the things that the board is talking about as we're trying to set my goals for the next fiscal year is we're doing an organizational assessment that has come out of our strategic plan that looks at efficiencies within the organization and trying to uncover some financial capacity that is currently engaged in or obligated to things that maybe we've been doing for 40 years that we don't need to do anymore, and taking that financial capacity and reprogramming it to do other things that you all want us to do that we wouldn't have otherwise found resources for. And so we'll be conducting that organizational assessment over the course of the next year. My suspicion is that we might continue some of that work. If we find something pretty meaty over the next year, we may continue to do that because I think it's always continuous improvement. So we are trying to, in our own organization, look at any financial capacity that we can unlock by trying to stop doing the things we don't need to do anymore.
Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nadine, for coming down and giving us this presentation. I really appreciate it. I wanted to ask a couple of quick questions here. First of all, with the ridership graph that we have, I'd be really interested at some point if you have or could send over, going even farther back, maybe like 10 years back, what did it look like pre-pandemic? Because, I mean, with just Q1 and Q2 of 20, that's not really enough context to see the longer trend. You know, we can see that we've recovered, you know, like it says, about 82% from you know, the crash that we had from the pandemic. I'd like to see where we are in relation to if there was a trend, a growth trend before, if there, you know, if it was a flat trend. I would like that additional context. So I appreciate that. But that is an encouraging graph to see. Echoing what Councilman Lamore just said, I think you know, if people had confidence in the reliability of the network, you'd see ridership continue to grow and probably grow a lot faster. That's one of the things that I know personally myself as someone who used to take DART to work every day and no longer does. The reliability is the main reason I can't reliably get to work on time. And so that's something I would encourage you to continue to focus on. I'm not saying you're not, but that's just my encouragement. I really would also like to, just a quick comment on the Tier 1 and Tier 2 maps. Those are very encouraging. I'd really like to see those implementations, especially the 15 minutes all day and then the 15 peak, 20 off for those routes. That would be great. I think that would go a long way to giving the core of Irving, you know, where most people in Irving live, give them that kind of service. And I think that would go towards that reliability that we're talking about. Question about the shelters. About what percentage of bus stops are you guys going to be targeting for getting some of these newer shelters, or shelters at all?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would like to check into that and then get back to you, because what I want to know is what percentage currently has shelters, sure, and then also look into what our target is. You know, I think in our environment, in terms of weather, I'm not sure that getting to 25% coverage really makes a lot of sense. I'd like to do more, but of course that's all a resource thing. But I will check into that and get back to you. There was a question you had. Oh, the ridership going back pre-2020. Yes, we'll absolutely get that information for you, both on the Irving side as well as the system side. I can tell you that 2012 was our highest ridership year. That is the year where gas prices were like at their all-time high. There is a correlation between gas prices and transit ridership, although since the pandemic, things have changed, and so I'm not sure that the volatility in gas prices is necessarily always as impactful as it used to be. I think that, you know, as I think about how best to generate more riders, I think that, it would be really amazing for us to provide more service. And our strategic plan talks about a concept called the 10 by 10, which is a 10-minute walk to a 10-minute frequency service. And so that could be accomplished a number of ways. It could be through our demand responsive service, GoLink. It could be done through bus service. It could be done through light rail. And it all just depends on, the costs of doing that, how quickly we could do that. I mean, it's currently not attainable with our current resources, but that doesn't mean that that's not a goal we should try to achieve, because if we really want people to think about transit first, we need to make it more widely available for them. And it has to also go where they want to go.
Right.
Abdul. Excuse me.
Real quick. Well, with the shelters, you made a comment about with the weather in Texas not really justifying more than 25% coverage. I'm not sure I would agree with that. Primarily, just the sun counts as weather here, and we have a lot of open stops where there is no shelter, and people with the wait times that we have on the buses right now.
Yes, 100% agree. I don't want anyone to think that I do not think sun is something you have to be sheltered from, because you absolutely do. And that when I say weather, I was talking about both extreme weather as well as just our regular weather, which does include extreme heat, actually. So, I'm really concerned because you're right. I mean, the waiting experience is every bit as important as the riding experience.
Okay, thank you.
Abdul.
Thank you, Mayor. Nadine, good to see you.
Thank you.
I want to go back on page number 13 where it says sales tax resolutions. On the first item, it's 6 of 13 cities passed the resolution supporting capping or reducing DART's sales tax revenues. It means that there is a significant concerns, looks like, to make these resolutions passed. I would like to know what those concerns are from those cities who passed these resolutions. And number two, the impacts of 25% rate reductions, you say, is default on agreements. When we say agreements, is there a start date of the agreement and the end date of the agreement? Number three, we always say that it's 1 cent of sales tax. It's $103 million a year. That's a significant amount of money which City of Irving pays to DART. Given that amount, do we get what we pay for? These are the points I need to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay, so the concerns from the cities, well, I don't want to speak for any one individual city. However, I will say that we have heard similar, just the themes, similar concerns as I'm hearing from your particular comments about, are we getting what we've paid for? There are also concerns from some of the cities about the revenues generally flattening, and the increasing costs to provide the same services, and then this question of whether the taxing authority that the cities have, these are my words, not theirs, the taxing authority is sufficient to generate the revenues they need to continue to provide the same levels of service. So I think that is no different from any of the things that we're experiencing at DART. I mean, our costs are increasing. On the operating budget, the bulk of the increase to our operating budget proposal is really due to contractual increases for services that we're already providing. And so, we are experiencing the same pressures that cities are. So, that's in a nutshell, what I'm hearing, certainly there's the issue of the competition with non-member cities in terms of being able to attract development to the city. And I know that Irving has had some challenges with that, competing with some of the other cities as well. And so, those are the very high level. I mean, obviously there's a lot more to it, but that's sort of the high level summary. In terms of the bond covenants, the bond agreements that we have, the debt service that we have, obviously the call dates for the bonds are set in the agreements that we have, and they come due at different times. So yes, there are contracts in place and dates certain at which we have to have. We fulfill our obligations for those, for the debt that we've issued, and so. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you were asking, but yes, we have dates certain when those bonds were issued, when they come due, and that sort of thing.
So if the bonds are issued, when it's going to end?
So I'll have to go back and get you because they're all different. We issue debt at different times, and so they all come due at different times.
Final question that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the final question, please?
Yeah, $103 million, which city of Irving pays. So are we getting what we pay for? That's what my question was.
I think that's a little bit of a trick question there because I think that is something that you all decide. I am doing. DART is doing the best it can to provide value to the cities, and whether or not DART is providing the value that you expect, I hope that we will have some continuing dialogue on what your expectations are so that we can work through those issues.
Why I'm more interested in knowing that is I have been talking to some of the riders in Irving, and as you have the data of how many % of people ride out of Irving, and somebody was saying me that even if we pay for Uber service to our riders, we would have much less amount of money which we would have to spend than $103 million. So that's the reason why I'm asking that, are we getting what we are paying for? Suppose if tomorrow Irving decides to go for paying for Uber service, we would have significantly saved money on the people who ride on the public transportation. That's why. Thank you.
Kyle.
Thanks, sir. It's good to see you. Thank you for what y'all did. And Nadine's group, Women's Build Group, dedicated a house to Martha through their Habitat for Humanity work on Saturday. They'll build a house here in Irving, so thank you for the work you did there.
Thank you.
I'm fascinated by the fact that your fastest growing system ridership is paratransit. Is that only for mobility challenged people? Or if a senior has to get to dialysis and has to have somebody wait until they get done to come back out, because that's one of the hardest things we do or try to provide for our residents in Irving is transportation to and from medical appointments, and those ongoing medical appointments, whether it's dialysis, an oncology appointment, those sort of things. Is your paratransit only available for mobility? And then what I'd really like to have you have is somebody come back to ICANN or all of the agencies who work with those folks and have better direct access than y'all will ever have to get that information out, to have somebody come and talk to us about the paratransit and being able to use those medical mobility path. Because my seniors and their sales tax money is going at this level they're going at, they need to be able to have reliable transportation to be able to get to and from their medical appointments. And I think that's a perfect fit for what public transportation or DART should be doing. Not so much about development, but taking care of the residents inside those communities in which they provide their tax dollars for to be able to get to those important appointments. And I think that's something that gets missed. I know Dennis and I have had these conversations before about getting those folks that we serve that reliable transportation to get to and from a job, to and from a doctor's appointment, to and from the places that they need to go to have a quality of life that I think public transportation is responsible for providing. So I really want to, if you can, get with Chris and them and give me a breakdown of what that paratransit looks like. And is there a plan, if we're not having that, for those with ongoing medical needs, like dialysis, what is DART's plan to be able to provide that for those cities that are in the DART program? Please.
Okay, thank you. I will go back and get the actual rules around the use of paratransit. One of the things that we do also offer, obviously, is our GoLink microtransit service, which, of course, for seniors will receive a discount anyway because they're seniors. So I don't know the rules off the top of my head on who qualifies for paratransit, but our hope is that we can continue to offer the on-demand services to help people get to and from their appointments. And I think that will ultimately, we'll have to really look at our GoLink zones and make sure that, kind of to a point that Chris and I have talked about a lot, make sure that we're not limiting people on their access based off of our zonal boundaries. And so I think we need to take a look at that.
And I appreciate that, but the GoLink is one thing, but there's generations that need to utilize public transportation that don't use or have computer skills to be able to do that. So what is the plan by DART to be able to make it easier for those folks to be able to utilize the DART service who need it worse than 95% of the population?
Yeah, very fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark.
Yes, thank you, Nadine. So my district is District 5, which includes the Las Colinas Urban Center. And so just to share with you some of the things I'm hearing from constituents in that area is that that what they see from DART is not really so much of a benefit for them to be able to use, but increased criminal activity that, whether it's, especially porch bandits, but, I guess general theft, is that criminals come in and use the train, commit theft, and then jump on the train and leave. And I see that the security is being increased. Have there been other stats tracking the amount of, incidents occurring on the trains? I know that doesn't actually address people getting off the trains and committing crimes, but is that a stat that you're tracking, is like crimes reported on the trains? Actually, I got on jury duty one time, and the issue was an assault on a DART officer. So I've actually seen that in full display, but you track that data, I suppose?
We do, and I actually have one of our officers here who could help us, Jason Hargraves, if you don't mind him coming up and just addressing the crime statistics.
Yeah, Jason Hargraves, Assistant Chief of Police. We do track the statistics of crime committed on the system, whether it be on the train, on buses, or really anywhere on our property. But of course, not so much anything that happens off our property and then they get on later.
So what are the stats? Is there a correlation to the increase in the officers causing crime to go down on the trains and the buses?
I think the stats for Irving is actually relatively low compared to the rest of the system. So our calls for service in Irving are average about 200 per month compared to about 7,000 throughout the rest of the system. So it's pretty low for Irving.
And like you said, like Nadine was saying, people come from other places to Irving. So I guess it's a question not just for Irving itself, but for the whole system. What are you seeing?
Well, overall, our crime is up a little bit over this last reporting period, but not significantly, really. We have increased our presence on the trains with our transportation security officers, our fare enforcement officers. So our goal is to have a uniform presence, whether it be a police officer, a transportation security officer, or a fare enforcement officer on every train. So I think that's helped. Most of our offenses are either committed on platforms or trains, and so if we can get that coverage out there and that uniform presence, we have seen it helping so far.
Okay, thank you. And when somebody is found not to have paid their fare, what happens then?
Well, typically they're going to be asked to get off the train and pay fare and come back into compliance. If they refuse, then they'll be ejected from the train, or worst case would be that issued a fare evasion citation.
Okay, thank you, Officer. Nadine, I had a question for you about the slide 13 that Councilman Kabir asked you about. So 6 of the 13 cities that passed resolutions, was Dallas one of those?
No.
But Dallas has talked about reducing their contribution as well because I guess of a need to fund pensions. Is that right?
They have said that. So far, they have not taken any action on that. And my understanding from the city manager in Dallas is that they have balanced the budget without the need to dip into DART sales tax.
Okay. I just wanted to tie into what Councilman Taylor had talked about as far as like DART's focusing on just the transportation. Because I went to the summit, I saw the presentation from Richardson and all this development, with Richardson at UTD, and we don't have that in Irving. We kind of talked about that we don't get the same benefit here, and of course our Irving revenue is paying for that. And so yes, so just focusing on the transportation makes a lot of sense. And you mentioned, TOD at the old bus station there at Riverside and Northwest Highway, and the urban center itself is a very large TOD development, and there's other things that in the city that we as the council are aware of that we know that we need, and so maybe a TOD there is not actually in the best interest of the city. So I wanted to put that out there. And GoLink, there's been some suggestion that GoLink would be decreased. It's actually a very useful service. Is there any discussion about that?
So I'm not familiar with any suggestion that GoLink be decreased, at least not coming from my staff. And so I think that GoLink is a really useful service. I think the esoteric part of this is that GoLink fills a gap between walking or biking and driving or taking a bus. And so one of the nice things about a GoLink or microtransit service is that we've uncovered another type of service that does fill a gap. What we haven't done is and I'm not talking about DART, I'm talking about the industry at large. We have not figured out what happens between GoLink and a fixed route bus because there's still a big gap there. And so to me, if we have more tools in the toolbox to address the transportation need, let's figure out how to use them and leverage them for the benefit of all of our cities.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis.
Yeah, one more question, and I know you've been there a long time, so we appreciate.
This is short compared to what I do at DART.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding.
So my question, is back to the joint development opportunities. And when you say joint development, are you talking about joint development between DART and the city of Irving, or just joint developments between DART and another entity?
Joint development is certainly I envision DART being part of it. And of course, if it's within the city of Irving, the city has to be a part of it. And then also other partners who we could bring to the table, perhaps COG might be a good partner. We could potentially get grants from other sources. Sometimes our federal government partners have grant opportunities available as well to do experimental things as well. So to me, it's, let's do this together. Let's figure out what we want to do based on what the city's vision is, and then figure out how to go and do it.
So that gets me to my main question. So I'm sitting there looking at this North Irving Transit Center, and there's 9 acres of DART property left. So when I think about joint development, and it's my understanding that actually this property, DART didn't have to buy this property. This property was donated, I believe. That's what I was told, that this property was donated to DART. So is it DART's desire to sell that 9 acres, or would DART be amenable to say some type of joint venture or development with the city of Irving on that piece of property without the city of Irving having to buy it?
So DART did have to purchase this property. That's why we had to sell the fire station location because we had to reimburse the FTA. So we did purchase this property. So joint development, I think, I'm gonna make this up, but I think in principle it works. I mean, to me, the contribution that DART can make sometimes is the property that we own. And so it may not involve a financial transaction necessarily with a city, for example. So sometimes when you're perhaps, and I'm going to use the term equity partner, if you're an equity partner, you can leverage the assets that you own as part of the contribution to the pro forma. So I'm making all that up. We haven't started to explore those things, but in my mind, we need to start innovating on how we do joint development. And to me, let's leverage the resources we have and pool them together to make things happen.
Yeah, because I think that piece of property would be a good opportunity for Dart and Irving to do some type of joint development there on that piece of property. Maybe Irving has some kind of vision for something there, and, we can come to Dart and say, hey, will you partner with us in this joint development on this piece of property? You bring the land, we'll bring everything else. So.
Yes, and when a developer approaches DART, we don't do things in a vacuum. We don't just say, yeah, sure, we'll do this joint development without talking to the city, because obviously you guys hold the cards in terms of permitting and things like that. So, and we don't want to go put something there that you don't want.
No, what I'm saying is we want to put something there
Yeah, fair.
with you.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about.
We will start those conversations.
Yeah, because I got an idea of something I'd love to see there. And
Okay.
Dennis, you're beginning to sound very expensive here. So.
Hey, you got the money.
Chris?
Go ahead. Brad.
Al?
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, and just commenting on that piece, I think you mentioned something about single-family homes, and you've got a great development, the lakes to the north of there. I think that actually, who knows what we'll do, Dennis, but I think that would be a good fit, because it'll be a buffer, and if people buy in already knowing a fire station is there, and in that particular side, the trails are over there. If you could just do something about when you go into Dallas on the other side, that would be great. No, I know that's beyond us, but that area of Dallas needs, I don't know what their plan is, or they don't seem to have any sort of plan, but you know when you're in Irving and when you're in Dallas off Northwest Highway. It's very clear. You don't have to comment on that.
Thank you.
But I do think the idea, if you mentioned that there were going to be homes going in there, I think is good. Also, you mentioned this earlier, and I don't know how deep we want to go into it, but was there, so I did keep reading, and I noticed you mentioned like a fire truck fell on to the DART tracks, but surely it didn't just fall out of the sky or something. Like, what actually happened, and is DART being compensated for that?
So, without getting into too many details, it was raining that night, and my understanding is that the fire truck was veering to avoid something else and ended up going over the side of a bridge and fell onto our tracks. And thankfully, the 4 firefighters who were in there, although they were injured, thankfully they did not perish. And I'm sorry, I totally lost your question.
No, that answered it. So.
Yeah, I mean, we do really, when things like that happen and you never know when they're going to happen, I think that particular incident took us about 72 hours to recover from. But, I actually have mentioned to people that last year, like a couple days before the Texas OU game, we had a derailment on our system that took out one of our poles that holds up our overhead wires on the light rail. And our folks worked for about 36 hours straight to restore that service, and had service up and running again in time for the morning of the Texas OU game. And so I always tell people, I'm like, did you even notice that anything happened on the system? Because you didn't notice. And that's what we want to see, is that, for people who are using the system, and particularly during the state fair, we want it to go as smoothly as possible.
Chris?
Thanks, Mayor. In Dennis, I'm thinking a data center and a card house on that 100 acres. What do you think?
Too soon.
Nadine, thank you so much for coming in. Do appreciate it. I have 2 questions. Actually, one is more of an observation and a request. The second one's a question that's going to build off of what Mark said. The Ernst & Young study, and that's what you mentioned on slide 13. And Abdul, this gets to your question. What is the value that we as a DART member city are getting relative to the service? A number of cities had that question. We've been asking DART for a number of years to see if we could get to some sort of assessment of that, and the DART board did approve of bringing in Ernst & Young to try and help answer that question. Ernst & Young, as Nadine, you mentioned, just did present their final study. 2 days ago at the dartboard, and the study that study shows that Irving, for its $103 million worth of sales tax investment, is getting $123.5 million worth of service value. My observation is this. What was interesting is about 3.5 to 4 weeks before that, the city managers were brought in, and we sat down with Ernst & Young, and they presented what was told to us as really the final draft. Ernst & Young did mention that there could be and likely would be some minor adjustments to the valuations that they were assigning over to each of the cities. Some of that did have to do with, there is this issue of, in fact, it was brought up, I can't remember, Mark, you may have brought up really the 14th city, which is a non-member city or a collection of individuals that are coming from non-member cities coming in to use a system, with Capel potentially being another large future user of the 14th city. That value is about $33.6 million is what Ernst & Young was estimating the value of that cost allocation out to this 14th city. What was surprising, though, is at that meeting, just 3.5 weeks before it was just presented to the board, the cost allocation value that Ernst & Young had given Irving was $98.7 million. Somehow, in 3.5 weeks, $25 million was added to Irving's cost allocation. I would love to know what happened. And the number, and I know you don't have an answer to that question. I'm not asking.
Yeah.
What I am asking is, I would like to get with Ernst & Young or have a response by Ernst & Young, because you had some significant changes. Dallas cost allocation went down by $6 million. Richardson went down by $1.3 million. University Park went down by $500,000. Addison went up $4 million. They had a 70% increase. Rowlett went up 40% by almost $5 million. And even Farmers Branch went up $5 million. I would love to know what happened. That seems questionable to me.
Yeah, so the first thing is that, as you know, and all the city managers know, you all know way more than I do, because until you mentioned this to me before this meeting, I did not know the numbers that were actually given to you at the city managers meeting. So I definitely can't answer that question because I have not been involved at all in this study. In fact, the DART staff was not allowed to be part of the study because we wanted it to be completely independent and done by EY. And the only involvement that DART staff had was just providing data per request of the consultants and clarifying any understanding of the data that the consultants requested. So I will ask EY to offer an explanation for that, because it does seem surprising to me as well. But certainly I will ask if you can have a personal meeting with them, because I think it's reasonable for them to respond to those kinds of questions, especially given the change that you saw from, what was it, July?
August.
August until now. So
about 4 weeks.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing it to my attention, but again, I am woefully inadequate in trying to address why that happened.
Understood, and I knew and understood that DART staff was not involved, and again, hence my observation and my request to receive that from Ernst & Young if I can. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And the second one gets to the GoLink observation. We met last week, and thank you for bringing everybody in to walk through DART's budget. Really do appreciate that. This is an opportunity for city managers and CFOs from throughout the 13-member cities to get a briefing on DART's budget. At that budget, we talked about GoLink, and GoLink seems to be a relatively successful program. You can see just from Irving's numbers, the little yellow portion of the bar continuing to increase as people use GoLink more and more. It really is, for the lack of a better word, more of like an Uber-esque type of service where people can call and they can go from point A to point B. It's somewhat similar. There's differences, obviously, but somewhat similar to what you'd see with an Uber. At that budget meeting, Nadine, you and your staff said that you are not expanding GoLink. However, it's a very popular service, but there are no plans to expand it because it's very expensive per rider. And that seems to me to be a very interesting paradox. Is here you have a very popular service that people want to use, yet DART is not investing more into it to, one, find efficiencies, it seems, to find efficiencies to reduce that cost or look for other ways to provide that cost or provide that service and to increase that service while reducing cost and therefore expanding it. So could you please address that paradox? Is DART looking into ways, if something's successful, grab onto it. If it's a service that people want, provide it.
Specifically as it relates to FY 2025. Our proposed budget for FY 2025 does not propose any service increases or new services to be added, in large part due to the financial constraints that we're all experiencing. So I think that's in reference to FY 25 specifically. Are we looking at increasing GoLink sometime in the future? Well, we would love to because we do think it's a great service that people really like to use. Part of our challenge is that you do increase costs as you add riders on any type of a demand responsive service. However, some of the things that we can do to try to manage those costs and make the program more sustainable financially is to look at the usage and see what we can do to ensure that we provide the mobility that people need without encouraging abuse of that service. And we've seen some abuse of the service. People figuring out ways to basically use it as their own personal Uber service, for example. And that's not really the intent of the service. And so we're looking at some of the parameters around how people use the program, how we can manage the usage of that program. And again, not to throttle people's real need for mobility, but to ensure that nobody's abusing the system. And so we just want to make sure that we're putting parameters in place to manage that, because we do need for it to be sustainable financially in the long run. The answer is not that we're not going to increase the usage of GoLink. It's just how do we do it in a way that we can afford it.
Understood. And you don't have to answer this question, but just some consideration points. Is there an opportunity to maybe privatize that over to an Uber or a Lyft or another type of service that already has the infrastructure in place to be able to manage that relative to subsidizing a ride with that private service relative to if there's a popular service where other services are decreasing and falling short of DART's ridership expectations? Because to me, in the end, value for a mass transit system is butts and seats. Period. It's people choosing that as a lifestyle decision because they know that their life and their experience is going to be improved by sitting in that seat, whatever that mode of transportation may be, and having empty trains and empty buses, and continuing to make investments in that while not making investments in things that are putting butts in seats that you have good data for. I think that's that paradox there. Thank you.
Yeah, and so I just want to clarify also that our current GoLink service does have a backstop with Uber in case we don't have our actual GoLink vehicles available at any given moment to respond within the 15-minute response time that we require. So in those cases, Uber is called to fulfill that trip. And so we already have kind of a blend using Uber as that private operator. Our GoLink service is a contracted service, so it's already operated by a private entity. And so, we're constantly looking at how we can continue to, like I said, keep the costs affordable while still increasing mobility.
Okay. Now I get to my turn. Thank you, Nadine, for coming. A few things I want to share, just so there's a context to some of this, of what we talk about. Some of the financial restraints we have is because of the fact that if we have something that doesn't work, we can stop it. For example, we know we have 14 to 16 routes that don't meet the standards, but we have to operate them for 2 years, even though the ridership doesn't meet the standards per the government. So there's all these things where you're seeing empty buses, you're seeing empty things like this, and fortunately, we can't do anything about it. So that's one problem that's really out there. It was interesting when we find a lot of these things out because we asked to cut less than $10 million out of a $1.8 billion budget, and we're not able to do it without the world falling apart and all the dogs dying, which is something, Chris, I know you could do in a heartbeat. But so all the excuses come out, and then you find out, oh, we do have these routes that are non-performing, and all this stuff starts to look out, but we can't do anything about it. So a lot of the stuff we do, until something else happens, we don't respond. Prime example is with the TRE. In order to get the contract to operate the TRE with Herzog, the numbers that we had in the budget came in a lot higher. So in order to do that, we had to negotiate a 5-year contract to an 8-year contract. And I may be off on a little bit of this, but the gist of it was that we found out that one of the things we could do was, since our ridership is low on the TRE, we could take less vehicles on the TRE. So we've been running vehicles, wearing them out, wearing the track out, wearing the equipment out, since before the pandemic. But it wasn't until we realized we had to tighten up our budget that we realized, well, you know, those trains we were going to redo, we don't have to do that one or two that we thought we had to do. Those engines we thought we had to buy, we can get by with less engines than we thought we needed. Cars that were running on the line, so that's just one thing of where, when you're forced to look at your money, you look at things completely differently. And the reason that happened is because the TRE, or the I can't even get it out. The Fort Worth Transit.
Trinity Metro.
Trinity Metro, thank you. Trinity Metro is now looking at their budget. They also, if you read the papers, I've got the paper here from October 8th where they met with Michael Morris and talked about how they needed to spend their dollars more efficiently and effectively. And so they're going to be looking at adding routes to the stockyards and different things like that. So they are now looking at their dollars to maximize what they can do with them, because that's what the mayor and others in the city are asking them to do. So one of the things that they're looking at is, do they really need to invest that money in the TRE? One of the other things that they pulled, we had an agenda, they pulled 3 items. One was the engines, one was the cars, was bridge repair and things of that area. Now, well, how does that affect us? Because we as a city have double tracked. We as DART and the city of Dallas and Fort Worth have double tracked so that we can actually get better timing between. By them not doing what they're doing, they're not completing the double tracking on their side, on the bridges and things of that nature, which means we cannot get a faster time in between them. Now, we may be able to if we do something different, but at the original thing that we were told, that once we double tracked, we could get better headways between Dallas and Fort Worth. You also had Michael Morris say that he was so impressed with Arlington because they had foregone 5 years of transit, and now they were on the cutting edge of what transit really is going to be, and that they have a transit system. So I started checking out and said, who is their transit system? So they use VIA. I also talked to the DCTA and said, who do you use to work on your situation? DCTA is a prime example. They have put in place something similar to GoLink, and they found out where their routes would be. And this year they opened 18 stations that they now use buses on, based upon using the VIA to find out how to move forward. They also did something very ingenious. There's 3 cities within their area. They cut $6.9 million out of their budget, small agency, and they're giving it back to the 3 cities. So this is what other transit agencies are doing, because their money is tight, because they have to do it. Our problem is, I mean, you think about this. We're putting $110 million or $103 million in here, and this study says we're $20 million short. We should be paying another $20 million for 1% of our population. For every man, woman, and child in the city of Irving, based on what we put in there, it's $400. So each one of you and your kids and your wives contribute $400 to DART. And that's the real issue. Are we getting our money's worth? Now, this morning we had a meeting on the economic development. Several of you were there, and the question was asked, what did we do wrong with our TOD? Why is it not having ridership? There was a gentleman there that it was he said, as a young gentleman, 15 years ago, he said, I thought everything in the world revolved around transit-oriented development, and we were going to have all these buildings, and we were going to have all these vehicles. He said, today I would tell you transit does nothing for a TOD. There is no such thing as a TOD. It's all based upon what's constructed around the area. That was his perspective on it. And it is we can look and where we can say that DART can say, well, look at all the development around our TODs. And the question was asked, why would someone do business with the area around a TOD? Well, how much money do we make off our TIF that's in the TOD? $11 million a year. And where do we spend that $11 million? On the buildings around the TOD. So in reality, we're putting our own money back in to build these facilities. Second of all, sales tax. Let's talk about sales tax. We spent, several $1 million building the music factory. Where does the sales tax go from the music factory? Every penny of it goes back to the operator. We don't see it. But DART sees their penny. Those are just the things that are frustrating not only me, but other cities. And at the end of the day, what really is concerning to me is the services. And I've shared this with Nadine. She's not hearing anything I haven't said before. But you can drive up and down MacArthur and look at the benches. They're like this. They're sitting in mud. Those are things that, well, you need to tell me about it. Somebody should be in charge of looking at what things are serviceable and what things aren't serviceable. So what we did yesterday, Orlando and I talked to several other cities, and they're going to be doing the same thing, as we've met with VIA, and they're going to bring a plan together for us of how we could do an internal circulator for the city of Irving, so that we could move our people, of which we talked about 3 years ago. We were asked, what would we do if we could have an internal circulator? And what we asked for was something in the urban center and something in the downtown area. Nothing's happened. So we're going to do it on our own. We'll get the data we need because we don't know who's riding what. We got an idea. We don't know where they're going, and we don't know where they're coming from. But what we do know is that we have 220,000 jobs in the city, and only 20,000 people that live here are working in those jobs. That means 200,000 people are coming in here every day, and the numbers on the bus don't anywhere match that 200,000. When we had the summit, poor Philip got the short straw because we wanted to talk about DART and how it affected your business. We went to the music factory, we went to Wells, we went to 5 different businesses, and they said, we don't use the transit system. We got to have somebody to talk about transit. Okay, Philip, you're tapped on the shoulder. You tell us how great the transit system is and everything that's going on around it. So my concern is when I see that they don't think we're putting enough money into this, I don't see our residents being able to use it. Kyle, you tell me all the time that most of your people don't even use it unless they've got disabilities. The majority of the people that you service don't even want the tickets anymore. You buy them and you don't even have the ability to give them all out. Dennis, the same with you. Our nonprofits are having, what they're concerned about and what they shared with you was the people that really are transit dependent and they have to go for medical type situations. The other thing, and we'll be talking about this in the next few days because we've been asked, and I've asked you, Nadine, and you may not have the answer today, what will it cost to tear out the station at North Lake? I met again with the developer on Monday, excuse me, University of Dallas. University of Dallas. The owners of that real estate have asked what it would cost to do that so they could move forward with some development around that land. So the challenge that I have is I sit on a board where 6 of us in a finance committee meet, and I have to leave here, I have to drive over there, I have to move stuff around on my calendar when I hear these things, and that's my job. I need to be there. But we work on this for several months, make a recommendation to the staff on a budget that has a percentage cut in it. We don't say to give the money back. We don't say to throw the money away. Put it in a reserve. And that's another whole story of how we have to pass rules and regulations to put money away. But because the majority of the board, many of them who weren't even at the meetings, say, we don't want to do that, so it's not going to happen. So then we get a big standstill going. And so to me, the real challenge is if we don't have cooperation on the board, how do we accomplish anything? I mean, how can I go over there and talk about the same things that each one of you are talking about? And Nadine, this is more for people listening as well as to why we're taking the position we are. It's because we feel like we're marginalized. I mean, it's almost like some of them come in just to vote and leave. Some of our board members don't even show up at half the meetings. They don't stay for the public input at the end because they don't want to hear it. So, I mean, it's very frustrating. And for my concern was when I visited with Michael Morris yesterday, which was an experience within itself, to basically tell me and you that the best way for us to survive this is to raise our taxes. Go to our residents and see if they'll give us a 0.25% tax rate for the same things that other cities use their penny for. Now, do you want to pay a 0.25% more for sales tax in the city of Irving than you do in Frisco, Grand Prairie, Grapevine, Capel? Our retailers are going to be not going crazy plus our residents. Why should our residents, the number one most tax that a person pays is sales tax. Why would we want to raise sales tax on our residents? We're not going to do it, and the residents aren't going to vote for it. So the reality of it then is that I see a slide that says that the RTC will not support the cities of Dart going down to the legislature and talking about this. How am I going to have a level playing field on a board of directors if the board isn't changed? And the only way it can be changed is through the legislature. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. But I know I don't have a voice. I've gotten tired of trying to do things. I've asked for things, and it just gets on deaf ears not because of staff as much as because of a board that really doesn't want to talk about it or doesn't want to involve it. But they want new routes in Dallas. And if you look at the percentage that they get over 70% of the services in Dallas. And now we're paying about 13% of the bill. And based on the ridership numbers that I've gotten based on coming from our city to other cities, it's less than 0.1%. Dallas, it's 1.9%. Internally, it's 1.8% of the people that are moving are within the city of Irving. And when you add all that up, that's like 6%, 6.5%. But I'm paying 13% of the total bill, but I'm $21 million short of paying the whole bill. It doesn't make sense. Now, I'm not an accountant, but those numbers don't add up. And I still hear from our DART representative on the CDC, or the Citizens Advisory Board. Rick, there's not, South Irving doesn't have bus service like it should have. South Irving doesn't have the paratransit yet. We need to do this, we need to do that. Monthly, I get letters from her about how there's not appropriate service in the area. But then when we start talking about cutting services, not necessarily cutting services, but cutting in money input. Oh, no, if you do that, it's going to get even worse. It's not, oh, no, how do we fix it? It's, oh, no, it's going to get worse. So you got a problem now, and it's going to get worse. So first of all, Nadine, I appreciate you spending the time today answering all the questions of all the council members. I appreciate you listening to my rant, because sometimes I'm heard at the board meeting and sometimes I'm not. But for me, right now, I'm really looking at what it's going to cost me to do the VIA service. So I told Michael, I said, Michael, I'm going to have VIA come in here and do this. What do you think? He said, I'll pay for it. So I know I've shared that with several of the cities. So Nadine, when the money comes up, he's already agreed to pay for it. So once we get the study back of how we can do an internal service, it's an autonomous vehicle. It's on call. They move about 1,000 people a week over in the Arlington area, around the trade area over there, the sports fields of baseball and football. So if we can get something like that in the urban center, maybe that will be something that a person will get on in one of those apartments or one of those office buildings and then take it to the rail, or we'll get off the rail knowing that they have that to get to that. Because realistically, what we're doing now isn't working. I don't know how to fix it. I'm not seeing any fix coming from any other way, so the only thing I can do is, having talked to DCTA, having talked to Trinity Metro, having talked to the mayor of Arlington, the former mayor of Arlington, they're saying this will at least get you an internal circulator where you can move your people in certain areas. Now, we may need to do something that in the southern sector where we have a lot of dependent people who now no longer have the bus route. So that they will be looking at those hot spots to see how they can help us. And again, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break before we go any further.
The Motowner Show is a tribute to many artists and great songs from the classic Motown years. Expect to hear tributes to hits by The Temptations, Diana Ross, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, and many more. Enjoy a night of rhythm and blues here at the Irving Arts Center, September 12th at 7:30 p.m. ICTN's Game of the Week returns for its 44th season. We're kicking off with the Grand Prairie versus Nimitz homecoming game. The game is here at Joan Ralph Ellis Stadium, September 13th at 7 p.m. You can tune in to the ICTN live stream on our YouTube channel. Play a live version of the game Candy Lane and see who makes it to the top of the Gumdrop Castle first. Celebrate colors and candy here at the Lee Park Rec Center, September 14th at 10 a.m.
Road to the Future. It's the City of Irving's long-term roadmap, making sure you can get where you want to go. The City of Irving's Traffic and Transportation Department maintains 1,440 lane miles of roads. To put that into perspective, if you left from Irving City Hall, that's the equivalent of maintaining a 2-lane road all the way to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeehaw!
To keep you safe, the city has more than 58,000 street signs, 220 traffic signals, 350 pedestrian and school crossings, and nearly 2,700 city-owned streetlights. Irving's road system is estimated to be valued at more than $1.5 billion, and Road to the Future ensures the city continues to invest in its roadways. Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress, worth $110.9 million. This is also year 7 of the city's Summer Overlay Project, as the Traffic and Transportation Department repaves sections of 25 streets across the city. Irving's Road to the Future program, continuing to invest in your transportation.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Stevens. Be sure to watch Irving Spotlight as we try milkshakes and more in a new Irving Eats. And Alamo Drafthouse Las Cleanas is back. We celebrate their return and learn about exciting new offers during their soft open. So tune in for the September 6th episode on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16, and Frontier Channel 30. And on YouTube at The City of Irving, as we spotlight the city's arts, culture, and entertainment.
This year's gala is Viva Irving Cares. As you know, we've kind of done some of these theme things. So this year we're kind of doing a Viva Fiesta party theme, kind of more of a menu's going to be Latin-based type food that Chef Eduardo's putting together for us. We'll have a silent auction, a live auction, a few little games and things you can play. We're going to have ballet folklore out here. We'll have a mariachi band here to kind of settle in with the theme. You know, we've always done a wine pool. This year we're going to do a tequila pool. So we're going to have a lot of small batch craft tequilas this year to pull to kind of go along with the theme of Viva Irving Cares. It's a great event to be able to give back to an organization that's really making an impact in the community. It's a lot of fun. It's a chance to see some old friends, meet some new people, just network and mingle and learn more about what Irving Cares does. Our overall goal is to help lift families completely out of poverty with a living wage job. The better our community is, the better we take care of all of our folks. It's a win for everybody, even those that don't need help.
The Irving Art Center invites you to experience the abstract and mathematical art exhibit, Lane Banks' Geometric Paintings. Banks is a Dallas-based artist who produces work conceptual in origin and geometric in appearance. The exhibit opens September 15th with a reception at 2 p.m. at the Dupree Lobby Gallery. Indulge in the heart and soul of New Orleans through its iconic food, music, arts, and culture. The New Orleans Brass and Culture Fest will include food trucks, vendors, live music, and much more. Come down to Levy Event Plaza to get a true taste of NOLA, September 21st at 11 a.m. Calling all knitting, crochet, and weaving fanatics, the DFW Fiber Fest is back in Irving. The event offers classes by expert fiber instructors and well-curated vendor hall with all your fiber needs. Enjoy a weekend of all things fiber here at the Irving Convention Center, September 20th through the 23rd.
Hi, I'm Thomas Gandy. On the next City Source, we are on location in Charleston, South Carolina. We'll explain why we're here and also bring you these stories.
We celebrate the grand opening of Irving's new Central Fire Station. Check out all that's new and see the elements of history incorporated there. Careers take flight at Envoy Airlines. See how people are learning about the possibilities. Plus coverage of Clear the Shelters. That's starting September 13th at 6 p.m. on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16 and Frontier Channel 30, and at youtube.com/The City of Irving for all of the important local stories and information we bring you on ICTN City Source. Your ICTN team produced 38 videos in the month of July.
We love to join the parade to show our patriotism, how much we love living in Irving, and are proud of that.
When we overlay roads, you get new striping, new lane markings, and new crosswalks. So you get the whole kit and caboodle, so to speak.
It's weird hearing Under the Sea while I'm in the pool. I think that's pretty cool.
We're a pop-up museum experience, and we have an exhibit about the border crossing and about the immigrant experience.
We do see a lot of people that come in and then they're like, oh, we want to try this new dish that you guys posted.
A live rabbit, LED routines, knives for a danger element.
It's so interesting. I really enjoyed working with a lot of different people and getting to know each other as well as being able to do the play.
Because you're such a great dog.
You know, you get them when they're 8 weeks old. So, and you watch them grow up like this.
And July also brought the debut of public meetings streaming live on YouTube for broader access and engagement.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Irving City Council for July 11th.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/the City of Irving.
The Motowner Show is a tribute to many artists and great songs from the classic Motown years. Expect to hear tributes to hits by The Temptations, Diana Ross, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, and many more. Enjoy a night of rhythm and blues here at the Irving Arts Center, September 12th at 7:30 p.m. ICTN's Game of the Week returns for its 44th season. We're kicking off with the Grand Prairie versus Nimitz homecoming game. The game is here at Joan Ralph Ellis Stadium, September 13th at 7 p.m. You can tune into the ICTN live stream on our YouTube channel. Play a live version of the game Candy Lane and see who makes it to the top of the Gumdrop Castle first. Celebrate colors and candy here at the Lee Park Rec Center, September 14th at 10 a.m.
Road to the Future. It's the City of Irving's long-term roadmap, making sure you can get where you want to go. The City of Irving's Traffic and Transportation Department maintains 1,440 lane miles of roads. To put that into perspective, if you left from Irving City Hall, that's the equivalent of maintaining a 2-lane road all the way to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeehaw!
To keep you safe, the city has more than 58,000 street signs, 220 traffic signals, 350 pedestrian and school crossings, and nearly 2,700 city-owned streetlights. Irving's road system is estimated to be valued at more than $1.5 billion, and Road to the Future ensures the city continues to invest in its roadways. Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress, worth $110.9 million. This is also year 7 of the city's Summer Overlay Project, as the Traffic and Transportation Department repaves sections of 25 streets across the city. Irving's Road to the Future program, continuing to invest in your transportation.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Stevens. Be sure to watch Irving Spotlight as we try milkshakes and more in a new Irving Eats. And Alamo Drafthouse Las Cleanas is back. We celebrate their return and learn about exciting new offers during their soft open. So tune in for the September 6th episode on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16, and Frontier Channel 30. And on YouTube at The City of Irving, as we spotlight the city's arts, culture, and entertainment.
This year's gala is Viva Urban Cares. As you know, we've kind of done some of these theme things. So this year we're kind of doing a Viva Fiesta party theme, kind of more of a menu's going to be Latin-based type food that Chef Eduardo's putting together for us. We'll have a silent auction, a live auction, a few little games and things you can play. We're going to have ballet folklore out here. We're going to have a mariachi band here to kind of settle in with the theme. You know, we've always done a wine pool. This year we're going to do a tequila pool. So we're going to have a lot of small batch craft tequilas this year to pull to kind of go along with the theme of Viva Urban Cares. It's a great event to be able to give back to an organization that's really making an impact in the community. It's a lot of fun. It's a chance to see some old friends, meet some new people, just network and mingle and learn more about what Urban Cares does. Our overall goal is to help lift families completely out of poverty with a living wage job. The better our community is, the better we take care of all of our folks. It's a win for everybody, even those that don't need help.
The Irving Art Center invites you to experience the abstract and mathematical art exhibit, Lane Banks' Geometric Paintings. Banks is a Dallas-based artist who produces work conceptual in origin and geometric in appearance. The exhibit opens September 15th with a reception at 2 p.m. at the Dupree Lobby Gallery. Indulge in the heart and soul of New Orleans through its iconic food, music, arts, and culture. The New Orleans Brass and Culture Fest will include food trucks, vendors, live music, and much more. Come down to Levy Event Plaza to get a true taste of NOLA, September 21st at 11 a.m. Calling all knitting, crochet, and weaving fanatics, the DFW Fiber Fest is back in Irving. The event offers classes by expert fiber instructors and well-curated vendor hall with all your fiber needs. Enjoy a weekend of all things fiber here at the Irving Convention Center, September 20th through the 23rd.
Hi, I'm Thomas Gandy. On the next City Source, we are on location in Charleston, South Carolina. We'll explain why we're here and also bring you these stories.
We celebrate the grand opening of Irving's new Central Fire Station. Check out all that's new and see the elements of history incorporated there. Careers take flight at Envoy Airlines. See how people are learning about the possibilities. Plus coverage of Clear the Shelters. That's starting September 13th at 6 p.m. on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16 and Frontier Channel 30, and at youtube.com/The City of Irving for all of the important local stories and information we bring you on ICTN City Source. Your ICTN team produced 38 videos in the month of July.
We love to join the parade to show our patriotism, how much we love living in Irving, and are proud of that.
We're ready to go?
Yes.
We're on the air. Okay, we'll come back in and visit about the noise ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Shane Diller, your code enforcement director. I'm also joined today by Deputy Chief Philip Pearson from the Irving Police Department, who's been working with us on this ordinance and will be available to speak at any point during the presentation on questions specific to the police department. He'll speak a little bit to the police department strategy on one of the slides. The police department is still the department that takes the primary enforcement of noise as the way our ordinance is written and from a practical standpoint. So just real quickly, the presentation you have before you today is much of what you've seen in the past. So there may be things that I go fairly quickly through, and then anything in the presentation that is blue is new to the discussion today. So I'm trying to make sure that we cover new policy discussions, new policy issues as we move through this. This is something that's been developed at Council's request after concerns were expressed from the public. It's been drawn together through the work of the police department, the planning department, the city attorney's office, inspections. We've all jointly worked on these drafts and worked on the concepts. We're looking to improve definitions, to move more to specific decibel levels and away from the reasonable, unreasonable language and subjectivity that we have. Though some subjectivity will always remain in this enforcement space, we're trying our best to minimize that. There's certain exemptions that we're keeping regarding city events and city activities, and then other things that have been proposed before related to exemptions that currently exist now in blanket ways for generator devices and various things that we're looking to minimize. So the big topics that are new to the discussion today are relation to vibration violations, and one of the things that we'll talk about is the reliance on the investigating officer's discretion and what they're finding and the totality of the circumstances there. The later weekend hours in the Heritage District, and specifically what we're defining as that area that will have some later and higher decibel hours allowed on Friday and Saturday evenings, and there's a map in the presentation that'll cover that pretty well, I think. And then a discussion of legal nonconforming language and some of the discussion we had about the ice rink a little earlier and some of the challenges that the code presents us there and that staff has looked at in regards to trying to resolve that issue. One of the things I want to make sure we do is manage expectations, as always. You know, the experience of noise and sound is different to each person, and it's unique to each of us. No ordinance that we pass is always going to be able to address all concerns, but we are looking again at ways to where the officers that go out and respond to these calls can look at the totality of the circumstances and work best with the language that we have proposed to you to maintain the peace and to ensure tranquility when possible. This amendment seeks to limit noise as appropriate for the needs of quality of life, for conducting business, and for enjoying recreation and entertainment. So our current standards, right now in several areas of the code, but in the main section towards the very beginning where it talks about the per se violations of noise standards in the code, talks about any noise that is unreasonably loud or disturbing and unnecessary. We've found that this terminology, as it's used in the code, has been problematic, specific to the ice rink we're talking about. Earlier, you've got a situation where the noise that's being generated there, specific to the mechanical equipment, is deemed by some to be unreasonably loud, to be disturbing, but it's also deemed by the operators of the facility to be necessary. And so using the code language we have now, when you have the "and" as an element of the violation along with the unreasonably loud and disturbing, we end up in a situation where often our hands are tied in enforcement. So we also have current decibel levels in a prima facie section towards the end of the code's chapter. It sets decibel levels that are at 60 decibels during the day and 50 decibels at night, and that's citywide. It makes no there's no caveat for the type of activity in that area or what would be expected in certain parts of the city or in certain businesses or residential areas. It's just a blanket standard, and we find as we go out and measure sound in the ambient that oftentimes the ambient noise level is higher than what we're experiencing with the city decibel level standards, which gives us a problem with enforcement as well. Again, this is a chart that just kind of gives you an idea as to what you're looking at with noise. It ranges everything from average household noise, which is around 40 to 50 decibels, up to jet airliners that are taking off. When you're real close to them, they can be up to 130. We've got the general prohibitions as we talked about. In what's proposed before you, we're keeping most of those general prohibitions with some amendments to the language. We've taken much of the reasonable and unreasonable language, and we've taken almost every reference to unnecessary out of the code standards that we're presenting to you now, because we want to focus much more on, is it unreasonable and is it disturbing in those situations, and what the officers that respond to these calls encounter. We're also creating specific sound limits based on the type of sound that is common in the area that we're talking about, and that's where we come into the districts that we'll walk through and how we break those down in different ways. We've developed all of this through both review of other ordinances in cities that seem to be having a good go of this, and then through our own field testing with code enforcement staff doing sound measurement in neighborhoods and at facilities to see what the real world situations are like. Again, for our residential areas, we're proposing a daytime high of 65 decibels and nighttime of 55 decibels. And again, in all of these situations, we're talking about a 5 decibel allowance above whatever the ambient noise level might be. So that would apply where if we go in during the day in a residential area and the ambient noise level because of traffic near a freeway or something going on there is above 65, then we would just apply a 70 decibels in that situation in order to find a cap to be able to hold a standard, whereas right now we're pretty much left with everything above 60 would be a violation. That same strategy applies to the industrial areas, and that includes data centers, where we're looking at 75 decibels during the day and then 60 decibels at night. This is the area we were talking about increasing the weekend hours for low-intensity mixed use, which would also encompass the Heritage District, and the nighttime hours there on weekends going from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. And then we've got a map here that identifies what we're looking at as far as the allowance for those higher levels. We've looked at everything basically that tries to front Rock Island, West Irving Boulevard, and 2nd Street in the Old Town area there to include our parks and city facilities that already have an exemption, and looking at that as areas that you would expect to potentially have some sort of later Friday or Saturday night activity that might need a noise allowance. Nothing has changed with the high-intensity mixed use. We're proposing still the 75 and 60. We've got the night hour shift already baked into the language that you've seen before. And the same with the public entertainment facility. It's got a nighttime weekend allowance, and it has even higher decibel levels because those are generally concert venues and event venues that would be expected to be generating louder noise decibels. We talked a lot about standby generators. It's one of the concepts that created this discussion and this effort when reviewing the code. The draft before you is fairly well unchanged there. It provides for an allowance for the generators to operate when they're needed or tested during the day. We've gone out and tested generator sound at various ones that have been installed in the last 6 months and found that roughly you've got about 75 decibels when you're very close to the generator, and then as you move towards property lines or you get more than about 5 feet away, it drops down into the 60 decibel levels there. So we feel like the setback standards that the inspection staff brought for adoption earlier in the year will have a decent impact on improving the situation for people that live near generators. And then the ordinance draft you have before you requiring that they only be operated either during a power emergency or for testing and maintenance during daytime hours is something that will allow for peace and tranquility in neighborhoods, but yet have people's allowance to install one of these generators for power emergencies, power outages, that sort of thing. We currently have language in the code that says that devices that are blowers or similar devices operated by combustion engines are exempted from any noise standard as long as they're operated during the day. And then they also have the tricky language in there related to the unreasonable and unnecessary. So even if you were operating it in the evening, if it was necessary, the code language we have now would prevent us from enforcing against that standard. So we've modified that section to take out the unnecessary language and are creating categories related to residential devices, residential mechanical devices, and lawn and pool maintenance. For the lawn and pool maintenance, like we talked about before, we're looking at limiting the hours there so that your lawn mowers, your leaf blowers, those types of things do not occur before 7 a.m. or after 9 p.m. And then on weekends, it would be 8 to 9. For your
Dennis.
Yes.
I'm curious about the
Sir.
I'm curious about the 8 a.m. start on the weekend. What's the difference?
As far as the 1 hour difference between the 7, we baked that in there because in most of the ordinances that we've looked at, and in discussing this with the public that was specific to interested in that, they felt as though they wanted to have a little more peace and quiet on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning than they did on a weekday morning, and that it would be expected that they would that people doing that outside maintenance would be expected to start a little later to provide for that peace and quiet in the mornings.
I mean, I could accept that, except during the summer.
Sure.
Because also you got to take in consideration people that do lawn maintenance for a living.
Certainly.
In the summer, you're forcing them to wait till after 8 o'clock to do their jobs, pretty much because of this ordinance. So, I mean, when you're talking about in the summer, you want to get started at 6 o'clock if you can, but of course you can't. So I think 8 o'clock is a stretch. Maybe, October to February, yeah. But I think when you start getting into the time of the cutting season, I think it's unfair to people, or heck, even me. Say if I want to get up at 7 o'clock and cut my yard,
sure,
and before 8 o'clock, that's not fair. So I think that need to be taken into consideration.
We are open to council consensus on any of the time, any of the start times there. What we found was that generally speaking, in looking at this, the folks who had hired staff, that lawn folks that come to the home, that generally occurs during the weekdays, and then folks that are doing their own maintenance would do that on the weekends. And again, as far as the start and stop time goes, we just looked at generally what we were finding in other ordinances and what seemed to be working. But if there's council consensus to shift those times earlier or later, we'll make some notes, and the final drafts will reflect whatever the council's consensus is on that.
Well, I think you need to take it into consideration because, most people with lawn services work, they just don't work Monday through Friday.
No, yeah, I understand. Separate from your maintenance devices and maintenance equipment, the issue of static and installed equipment at homes, your HVAC systems, your refrigeration systems, and your pool filters and motors are things that are static and expected, especially in a Texas summer, expected to run all the time. So what we have here is a change in the code so that there's no longer a blanket exemption necessarily, but that they would be allowed with no time of day restriction, but have to be kept to the 85 decibel level limit, which is the state's minimum for public nuisance sound. And as we've gone out and measured HVAC systems, both old and new, we found that only HVAC systems that were operating out of maintenance, squealing motors, squealing belts, things like that, ever got close to the 85 decibels. Almost everything we measured in the HVAC and pool motor space was within the 65 to 70 decibel range. And then it, of course, drops off as you get farther away from the property lines. Vibration. So vibration is an issue that is tricky when it comes to noise enforcement, where you have decibel levels and that you're able to look at and really find a standard that can be measured, and the devices are sold commercially to be able to track. Our police department's officers, our code enforcement officers, even our park staff have sound meters that you're able to see exactly what you're getting where you're standing as far as decibel levels go. That is not the same situation for vibration. Vibration is something that, again, that section of the code has the unreasonable and the unnecessary language that we're looking to clean up through this effort. But we're also looking at how to enforce that practically. And we have looked at various concepts of language that have looked at different tests or standards, all unscientific. And what we found in looking at most codes and in consultation with the police department and the city attorney's office is that baking in any specific standard, something particularly rattling or something moving or something detectable in that way, if we wrote that specifically into the standards, you'd end up in a situation where you could have vibration that is being heard or felt that an officer's there and investigating and determining should be enforced, but because they're not finding a plate that can rattle or a window that can rattle, they're going to be hindered in enforcing that because we've specifically written various unscientific tests into the code. So what we're looking at doing here is amending the language that you have in front of you so that it focuses more on the unreasonable standard and the totality of the circumstances that the police officer responding or somebody investigating this would look at and find and be able to then address vibration situations when they're finding that it's truly an unreasonable situation and something that needs to be dialed in or stopped in that way. And then the police officer would be able to use both the language we'd have in our local code, and then if situations dictated, they could use the state's disorderly conduct language should that kick in. I'm going to pause for a second here because this is one of the primary reasons I brought Deputy Chief Pearson to stand with me up here, not just because I need some protection but he can speak to the police department's approach to the investigation of noise and sound in general, but specifically for how the police department would look at the totality of circumstances and investigate and enforce that sort of thing. Thanks, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, Mr. Hillman. The main thing that we really have enjoyed, and I've mentioned it other times here when we've talked about this ordinance, is that Shane is helping us take away a lot of this subjectivity, because it's really hard as an officer to go out and have a lot of opinions and try to enforce laws. So the objectivity of the different decibel limits and the different zones in the city to address the various types of communities and activities we have in the city is really helpful for us. It'll give the individual officer more confidence in enforcing any kind of ordinance. But back to the part of vibration, there is no magic device. We have decibel meters to handle the noise at the north and south station that we can take out to any location, whether it be a very loud church on a Sunday morning, that I'm sure you've all heard about before, or activities in our urban center. And so it's one of those things that not having a tool or device leaves that subjectivity of the individuals we hire that are just as varied as our community members. And so their backgrounds and their preferences and their tolerances then come into play. So this vibration is still unfortunately something we're going to have to leave to the unreasonable standard. And whenever Shane and I talked about these parameters and different things, people have different, the Princess and the Pea thing about movement or vibrating glass and different backgrounds. Not everyone understands the references you may try to use. So creating physical examples that may not be the ones at those locations were the reason we went with totality of the circumstances, to allow the officers to consider the people participating in whatever noise is causing vibration and their interest, and then that of the people being offended by that interest. So it allows them to look at the big picture. It's still going to be subjective, but we're definitely going to do our best on that part.
So the drafts you've seen before and the draft you have before you today keeps much of the exemptions that we have in our code now, exemptions for safety-related repair work, warning systems, public agency repairs, expected normal use activities that are at playgrounds and schools. It clarifies exemptions for city-sponsored events, standby generators, again, during the power outages, and then fireworks, when fireworks are performed lawfully. Lawfully here would generally be under a permit issued by the fire department. Again, the police department, in the draft you have, the police department remains the primary enforcement agency, and complaints typically related to this occur in hours when police officers would respond, both all peace officers, to include the city's fire marshal staff, and then code enforcement officers would be empowered to enforce this code. All of those folks will receive training on whatever version of the language we land on in the end so that they understand how the changes are to be applied. Code enforcement assists the police department in situations when it's related to business activity or equipment, or we're able to investigate complaints from other angles related to zoning or permitting, those sorts of things. And currently, the violations related to noise are a Class C misdemeanor. That's not proposed to change. The fines there are capped at $500 a day. When we talk about enforcement and specific to the issue we've run into at the Stars Rink in Valley Ranch, we've got language that's in the proposed draft to try to address the issue we're encountering there. When we currently have language that says that the noise needs to be unreasonable and unnecessary, it means that from an enforcement standpoint, the necessary nature of the violation is subjective. And the code does not give us any guidance in regards to who gets to deem it unnecessary and what unnecessary necessarily means. So we end up in a situation where the neighbors feel it's unnecessary or feel it's unreasonable, but the owners are making a case for it being necessary. And as the city prosecutor's office has reviewed this in the past, they have elected for whatever reason at the time not to prosecute violations that we're experiencing there. They're not here to discuss that with, but we have reviewed the language and discussed it internally with the city attorney's office and can imagine that the language that we're encountering issues with was what they encountered issues with at the time. So we've got a language change in front of you today that would basically create sort of a legal nonconforming system so that equipment that is installed now, that has been installed legally under permit and has been operating and has been deemed an unenforceable situation up till now, is not going to become a violation based on the language we adopt today, but that future equipment that would be installed or future businesses that would open would end up in a situation where they would have to take mind of the code standards that are in place at the time that they open and that they install equipment and they make changes to things. That would not solve situations we're experiencing right now immediately, but would provide some relief over time when changes are made or permits are pulled for us to be able to look at what's being installed and how things are being operated and approach our sound standards then with what's occurring. So we've had this discussion a few times. We continue to kind of fine tune the language. Should you have consensus on what we proposed today, we could have it back to you at the October 3rd meeting. If the consensus is for us to work on additional angles, we got some feedback earlier during public comment and some feedback now if there's consensus on adjusting times in any way. If those are things that we can easily bake into a draft and make tweaks to, we could have something back to you. But if there's something that we need to have with either meetings with business owners or more research into standards of the code, then we would not make the October 3rd meeting and update you at a time when we have that work done as to when we could have the changes to the ordinance back to you. With that, myself and Deputy Chief Pearson are available for questions.
Al, and then Mark, and then Luis.
A couple of questions. I think we need to focus and try to get it done by October 3rd because the residents have been down here basically saying, hey, every day's not a good day as far as the lighting as well as the noise. So my question again then, because we've got two things operating here on that facility.
Yes.
And maybe three, because I looked at the separation between the building and where the residents' property line is, and it's probably a lot less than we've seen in some of the other kind of facilities that we have. Not so much of a entertainment, but so I'm looking at three things. Number one, space between the facility and the residential homes that are along that line, that back where they may be outside, and we heard the noise. So there may be some of that that's occurring that should not be occurring there. The second is if, in fact, the generators, which we think have been changed up because there's more activity inside the building because of some of the, I guess, not only training but some of the leagues that they've now come together on, that then it's about baffling or doing something to impact the noise. And so then my question that goes back to that original one, if they were basically, going in with a certain kind of generator, now they put it up maybe at twice or three times the, not just the power, but the actual noise. And then the third and final is the light, because if I remember correctly, my discussions out there, and I think Brad and Mayor have been out there, that the lighting is now a very high light, meaning lumen is higher, so that it's really, being a nuisance, so to speak. So there's three things that I'm wondering, as we look at this, that we are able to then say, hey, wait a minute, this is what your original, CO was for, and these were how you platted it, and this is what kind of generators you had and what kind of lighting you had. And now you've got three things that are impacting the neighborhood. So I'm reaching towards a kind of a more general scoping, even though we're dealing with the noise ordinance at this point. And so I'm just wondering how we then try to, compensate and, more importantly, focus on a more 100% impact on those three areas. And so I'm reaching to figure out, how do we do that? Because right now, if we're dealing with noise, that's one aspect to it. And then if we're not dealing with separation of other kinds of noise, that's another problem. And then you've got the lighting that is very obvious to me. It's a lot higher type of lumen than it's had in the past. So I'm just, I don't know the answers, I'm reaching.
I understand, and I made notes earlier, both during public comment and as we've been going through this discussion here, because as we examine the situation there specifically, the building itself and the footprint of the building are where they've been for some period of time, and the distance is not something we have found has changed or would violate any of the original approvals as far as that goes. The lighting is something that over time, the code has changed and been amended to where at one point we had some light shielding. The light shielding language we currently have applies to commercial parking lot standards and does not specifically apply to protecting it from a neighboring property or that situation, which is why we've got language with the city attorney's office now to make some amendments there. And then the noise-specific issues, the equipment that is in question now has been what was installed roughly in 2012 under permit and legally approved then. There may have been some modifications that don't require permits between then and now, because you can do maintenance and you can do small upgrades to equipment that's been installed without necessarily triggering a permit. And then the issue of people noise, the early morning outdoor practices, the disruptive activities of kids. Those are things that the noise ordinance, code enforcement in particular, we don't address those directly. That's something that I think the police department would take on more as a disorderly conduct situation. And I know that calls have been made to the police department to report those things. And I won't speak for the police department, but I think continuing to call when that sort of thing happens is probably their best bet. And if you're not getting resolution, continue to connect with PD supervision. And you want to speak at all to
individual people noise is a lot easier for us to address from a disturbance standpoint, just like any a loud party somewhere where people are being too loud, disrupting people. So a practice is getting loud behind someone's house would be very easy for us to say, move it along, go to the front of the business, go somewhere else where it's less disruptive. So individual human beings much better are suited for our disorderly conduct laws for the state of Texas and our city ordinances in general. So I feel like the people part's easy for us to enforce. And those are ones that I would encourage people to call every time it happens, that if it's disturbing you and waking you up, obviously it's a disturbance of some sort and it needs to be addressed. It doesn't hurt for the police to respond and give people the opportunity to change their behavior. So,
yeah, let me follow up on that part, because I'm assuming that I guess it's pretty much a 360 ring around the facility that you can either walk around or you can drive around. But it sounds to me that they're using it for other than whatever that was platted for or whatever it was CO'd for. in the respect that it was for, pass-through. And if they're out there doing training or gaming or whatever, then that's a violation right there. And so,
Let me speak to the.
because I really don't want to have our police going out there every time there's that
Sure.
kind of a problem. I mean, that's a misuse of already
Right. What?
a force that needs to be focused on.
Yes. What we can look at there is whether the outdoor activity that occurs at the site changes the use of the property in a way that would trigger some sort of zoning issue. If it's regular outdoor activity that violates their zoning because it's an outdoor entertainment use or an outdoor recreational use at this point when they're permitted for indoors. That's the sort of thing we can look at from a zoning standpoint.
Good. You answered my question then. All right.
Thank you.
Mark?
Yeah, thank you, Shane. We talked about this before, but I can't remember exactly. So the generators, they're tied now to the permitting process.
Correct.
And if the permit will only be issued if the actual generator meets the manufacturer specifications.
Correct.
How do we know that the manufacturer specifications are going to be within these decibel limits?
The work we've done there is to go out and measure sound at ones that have been installed recently and have found that the ones we've measured so far fall within our standards and specifications. One of the things that we can do is partner with inspections so that as the device is finalized, a sound meter conceivably, and I'll look towards Wayne and see if he shakes his head or nods his head, okay, cool, getting a thumbs up. We can conceivably put a plan in place where the inspector could have a decibel meter, and as they're doing a final inspection on it, the sound level could be something that they're including in the final review and sign off of the permit.
That's not what the code says. The code just says it has to be under the manufacturer's limits.
Well, that's correct, but the decibel meter would still tell us whether or not it's meeting the manufacturer's limits. If the manufacturer's telling us that it's going to run at 75 decibels, the inspector would be able to use a device to ensure that that's in fact where it's falling.
That's what I'm getting at. So
Sure.
is it possible that there's a manufacturer that is a high decibel level?
It's possible, but if they come in, well, that's possible. I haven't encountered that. This is not something I spend a lot of time in, so I want to see if I get a nod or have we encountered, well, I don't know. Wayne, you want to join me up here? We'll get more microphones. Wayne, one of the things I guess is as your folks have you seen any that are, is there a louder brand than another brand or something there that?
There may be variations. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Management, Wayne Snell, Director of Inspections. There may be variances depending on the brands, but when we do these reviews, we're going to base the plan review off of those decibel limits. And if those decibel limits exceed what our ordinance says, we won't proceed with approving those plans.
Okay. So
And
the ordinance does have that limit. There's a decibel limit on the generators.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. It's not
yes,
just
sir.
like tied to the manufacturers.
Well, we're using their specifications to see if they're within our limits, and if they're not, then.
Okay. Can I talk about how I think that strategy would play out? So one of the things I think Wayne may be speaking to is the fact that we've got decibel limits that are baked in for residential areas. We've got a state limit of 85 decibels. And as the inspection staff looks at that, you conceivably be looking at, because what we have drafted, you're correct, is that they would be exempted from the decibel levels in general and only operated in power emergencies and for testing briefly during the week. So there wouldn't be specifically a decibel level that we would look at and say, okay, this generator operates at 77, which is 2 above what we would be looking at, because the generators themselves do not have a specific decibel level limit. What we would look at is this operating in a way that would be above the state law limit of 85 decibels, or in some other way is wildly different than what we're seeing in other devices? Am I in the ballpark?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay, so the state has a cap.
The state, yeah, there's a state cap that in everything we've drafted, we've made sure we don't exceed the state cap locally in anything we've adopted, and that's 85 decibels. It becomes then a disorderly conduct violation at the state level.
Okay, and then
in the penal code.
For city-sponsored events, there's no limit at all?
For city-sponsored events, there's no limit. They're exempted from the standard because our expectation there is that we're going to be a good steward of our city and good neighbors to the folks at our facilities. And if there is a complaint, that we're going to aggressively address that. And I'm going to look around the room to the folks, my partners on that front, and make sure that we're all.
City can do no wrong.
No, the city can make sure that we can control ourselves much better than we can control the public sometimes.
So this past weekend at Levy Plaza, there was this festival, and I got a lot of complaints from people in the area.
Yes.
And but that was not a city-sponsored event. That was somebody leasing.
No, correct. That was a rental event. Yeah, that was somebody leasing the facility.
So what will the decibel limits be for that then?
The decibel limits for that would be the Levy Plaza would be in the high-intensity area that we're looking at. And so the decibel level during the day would be 75 decibels, I believe.
Were there any decibel readings from the event this past weekend?
No, that's not something that we've anticipated needing to do as of yet, but I've had lots of discussions with the park staff and the police department in the last few days where they've actually gone out and purchased sound meters at this point, so that going forward, they'll be able to spot check these events as they're going and communicate with the rentals.
So there's a good supply of decibel meters. That's good. But I think if Mr. Hillman and I could hear him from our houses, it probably was exceeding that, I would think.
Yes, yeah, we're anticipating it probably was.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Chris, you didn't enjoy the music?
A lot of good food, though. Had a lot of good food out there.
Okay, Luis.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So, well, I appreciate you. Obviously, I've been talking to you, especially about the vibration issue, because there's problems in my district. I appreciate, all the diligence and looking through all the possible options. So you touched on, perhaps less standardized tests with vibrating objects. And you also touched upon measuring devices. So you were not able to find measuring devices that are reliable and objective.
I would put it this way. I couldn't find measuring devices that I would want to have city staff or the police department. I mean, everything I found in that space is exceptionally scientific and would require some degree of training and expertise that's probably beyond the scope of our current capabilities.
Okay. Well, anyways, I really appreciate that. I hope that those modifications, I'm sure they will be helpful, and, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kyle, did you back off?
No, I got mine answered.
Okay.
Brad? My strong preference would be that we have an ordinance that we regard as the noise we could tolerate, and there would not be, if possible, some kind of grandfathering in of a very loud situation, because again, we go back to what you said is the peaceful enjoyment of people's property. And even if something was in before, if it's regarded as being too loud, I think that's something that should be considered. And then secondly, I'm fine with mowing at 7 or whatever. I think that's acceptable kind of every day to me. I also think, is there something we can do about repeat offenders or repeat violations? Because I think, I know one gentleman, he called me all the time. He has a neighbor who throws very loud parties, and the police department's great. They come out, they stop it, and then next weekend he has another party until they stop it. And it's a complete misuse of resources. And so if there's multiple violations, we ought to think about, is there something else we can do? And then secondly, and I don't know that there is, particularly in a residential situation, but I am interested in if there's a violation or maybe multiple violations, could we legally pull a CO? Because to me, noise is in and of itself probably a defined nuisance to a lot of people. So those would be my thoughts.
Regarding make sure I take these one at a time. Regarding the concern about existing noises, we've had a very high hurdle as we've run into drafting this language to be able to address things that are either currently legal or have been deemed unenforceable. that we would then adopt a standard for now and be able to retroactive those standards. That's not something that, especially if it is to the point that it would require a business to relocate or to move or to spend considerable amounts of money in a situation where they have been deemed legal up until this point. As far as the repeat offenses, that's something that we don't necessarily, I think, need in the noise ordinance. I think that both through enforcement strategies and maybe some language in our nuisance code in the future, we would be able to address repeat violators through additional fines, additional aggressive, elevated enforcement stances, those sorts of things. Was there a third thing I'm missing there? Or I think I was scribbling notes, but yeah, the CEOs. That's something that I've made a note from our discussion earlier that I've got to look into. There's some legal and inspections folks I need to chat with to determine whether or not CEOs can be pulled for that type of violation.
Okay, we need a consensus on time.
Yes, sir.
7 or 8? On the weekend.
Weekend
7 or
mowing.
8?
It's going to be complaint driven anyway, so 7.
8.
7 is fine. 7.
7. Yes, sir.
You know, this is one of those cases where it's kind of interesting because when I was first on the planning and zoning, this land around here was all set aside for sports activities. You had this practice facility for the Cowboys, and this was the only Olympic-size ice skating rink. And so the people that were competing for the Olympics and things of that nature used this. And then they came forward that they wanted to build some houses around it, and people got very upset about the houses because they were breaking up but then the houses were built. Well, then, unfortunately, the Stars were purchased by Norm Green and so it became part of the Stars facility rather than the Olympic facility. And then the challenge became that, and I can remember on both these cases, I was in the middle of it, both at the Valley Ranch and at this, they wanted to add the second rink, so they had a place to play, but yet they kept and it got too close to the neighborhood. And so it's one of those things that 30 years later, you see the results of not sticking to your guns and allowing an expansion of a commercial facility in a residential area. Because now I do think there's something, it even goes back to the Valley Ranch Association. When we used to approve plans, there was a gentleman by the name of Glenn Campbell, not the Glenn Campbell, but he was an architect, and he worked a lot in Dallas, and he used to require on most of the commercial real estate that the candle power could not go over so far on the adjacent land. So there may be an opportunity to get the Valley Ranch Association to pull those old plans and see if that's part of that may be some way we could deal with the lights. Anything else?
We are going to try to get this done on October 3rd.
Yeah, that's why I wanted a consensus, so we could keep going on it.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you very much.
Regular agenda. Okay, item number 2 is going to be adopting the fiscal year budget. Item number 3 is going to be the way we have to state what we're doing as far as budget increase and property tax revenue. Item number 4 is setting the 2024 tax rate and levying a tax required by the state. Item number 4, let's see, that's still 4. Item number 5 is adopting the 2024 City of Irving tax roll as required by the State of Texas Tax Code. Items 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are for our meetings on August 15th, 19th, 29th. And that brings us to item number 11, which is amending ordinance number 2023-10-795, providing a budget adjustment number 9 to the 2023-24 fiscal year budget. Item number 12 is amending the City of Irving Rules of Procedures. Any questions on that? Item number 13 is approving an amendment and administrative services agreement between the City of Irving and Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas in the average estimated amount of $1,575,300 for medical and pharmaceutical insurance administrative services for a 2-year time frame. Item number 14 is resolution approving an interlocal agreement between Dallas County Health and Human Services for control of communicable diseases service in the total estimated amount of $81,906. Item number 15 is approving payment to Overdrive in its digital platform services and digital content in the total estimated amount of $180,000. 16 is approving the first amended and restated construction management at-risk contract between the City of Irving and Sedalco Construction Service, establishing initial guaranteed maximum price and competition date for construction of the Irving Police Department gun range. Item 17 is a resolution approving engineering services agreement between the City of Irving and Lockwood Andrews and Newnham, Inc. in the amount of $393,520 for the Hilburn and Shady Grove wastewater improvement project. Item 18 is approving and accepting a proposal by Tegro contractors in the estimated amount of $1,127,777 for the construction of the Trinity View Park Maintenance Facility expansion project. Yes, sir. Brad.
So, Mayor, I think, once again, I want to bring a focus to it because we hear about this from time to time, but the last 4 items you mentioned are going to be $6-7 million investment into South Irving. And so in 4 items on the budget, and it's not unroutine to see that in the budget. And so the city has made that commitment. I think the city council has made that commitment, and we're working hard on either catching up from what was never done in the past or keeping up with where we need to be. But we reviewed a lot of these projects previously. We talked about them at TNR, but good job to staff and finding ways. Like, to me, this is the real meat of what we do, and it doesn't always go appreciated. But I mean, these are all going to be meaningful to our residents.
Yeah, and item number 19 is another great one. It's awarding a contract to Flowline Construction, Inc. in the estimated amount of $4,059,290 for Skyway Circle North Water and Wastewater Improvement Project. Again, streets, water, drainage, parks. 20 is approving amended number 1 to the professional services agreement between the City of Irving and Park Hill in the amount of $542,600 for the preparation and design construction documentation for Phase 1 of the Municipal Drainage Utility Campus Master Plan, which we'll be utilizing to do a lot more drainage issues. Item number 21 is ratifying payment to Zachary Construction Corporation in the amount of $159,715.97 for the emergency Bear Creek channel erosion stabilization. Item 22 is approving change order number 1 to the contract with Zachary Construction Corporation in the amount of $2,792,861.03 for the Conflans Road extension project. We're going to get some of these that are under.
I was going to say, Dennis, where would you say that is in Irving?
Where would I say this is?
Yeah. West, south?
Oh, it's probably about as west as you can get.
West Irving. There you go.
Item number 23 is approving the fiscal year 2024-2025 Entertainment Center Maintenance and Operation Work Plan and Budget. 24 is approving a plan and setting consideration for the 2024-2025 in the amount of $2,664,515 for an agreement between the City of Irving and the Greater Irving Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce providing economic development services. Item number 25 is adopting a work plan and setting setting the consideration for the fiscal year 2024-2025 in the amount of $418,330 for the agreement between the City of Irving and the Greater Irving Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce to provide international affairs, sister cities, trade center services. Item number 26 is adopting a work plan and setting a consideration for the 2024-2025 in the amount of $319,980 for an agreement with the City of Irving and the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to economic development and Hispanic and minority-owned business development services. Item number 27 is approving a development agreement with Lone Oak Residential LLC in the amount and authorize the sale of property, authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the development agreement and conveyance documents and provide a servability clause. 28 is approving exterior improvements in relation to downtown facade enhancements incentive agreement with the Irving Community Theater, DBA, Main Stage, Irving Las Colinas for the city-owned building located at 222 East Irving Boulevard. 29 is approving an economic development agreement with the City of Irving Community Theater, DBA, Main Stage, Irving LCA in the amount of $14,200 for facade enhancements to the building at 222 East Irving Boulevard. Item number 30 is approving an economic development agreement with the second 2ND and Britain LLC in the amount of $19,500 for site enhancement at 202 South Britain Road in downtown Irving. Al?
No, go ahead. I'll come back to that once you're done with it.
Okay. Item 31 is approving an economic development agreement with Alma Cafe and Bakehouse LLC in the amount of $18,500 for facade enhancements to the building located at 202 South Britain Road in downtown Irving. I think this is, Brad, to your point about things we're doing here, these are facade and other things that we're doing in the downtown area. We always said, what are you doing in downtown? I mean, you're seeing businesses that we're investing in their signs, we're investing in their facades, we're investing in their buildings, in addition to the $50 million we've already spent. Item number 32 is approving addendum number 2 to the engineering service agreement with Lock and Beach Corporation, an estimated amount of $406,519 for engineering services in connecting with the Princeton Booster Pump Station expansion at the Doe Branch Discharge Service. That's new pumps because we're going to be moving water for the new Lake Ralph Hall. Item number 32 is authorizing payment of Itron in the total estimated amount of $110,857.42 for the renewal of hardware and software maintenance agreements and advanced metering infrastructure, network, and metering reading equipment and software. 34 through 49 are the bids. Questions on bids? Brad?
On 47, we've been working on kind of our metering for a while, but where are we on that? Or we're making a bigger investment, but I know this has been an ongoing project and a good one, improving responsiveness and service, but just seeing where we are. All righty, thank you.
Todd, can you turn the mic on, please? Thank you.
There we go.
Kyle.
So this is kind of like your Dan Street project. It just kind of never goes away and continues forever to.
One of those infrastructure things that never goes away.
All right.
It's to
Just
keep
wanna make
accurate
sure.
meters. They last 15 years roughly, and we have to replace them.
How much cost increase have you seen over the last couple of years as you've done this?
The installation, not much. It's the meter cost. It's going up probably 15-20%.
Annually?
Not annually, I'd say over the last few years. I know next year we're budgeting about 200,000 more just in meter costs. So.
Okay. Thanks.
Resolution 26. We know why we increased the Sister Cities International piece, but do we know why we increased $30,000 into the Hispanic Chamber?
He's wanting to know the $30,000 increase into the Hispanic Chamber.
What's it for?
We'll need to have you.
Brian, you're going to have to come on up, sir.
So Brian Haywood, Economic Development Manager. So what we've done in working with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in this particular case and what they're looking for the increase is to provide some additional services. They've done some things with Dallas College and done a couple of cohorts where we've had some entrepreneurs go through those programs. So we're looking to increase that. They have been working, our new Economic Development Coordinator, Steve, they've been working with him and actually going out and doing more site visits. So it's about getting more boots on the ground, talking to business people, and then bringing them into these cohorts so that they can learn more about economic development, about entrepreneurship and how to run their business more effectively.
Okay, thank you, because I wanted to understand if it was adding a head count or it was for services, so you answered it.
Yes,
thank you. Yep.
It says here the Chamber submitted their annual work plan for scope of services. Is there a way we can get that in a read file? So we can get a chance to look at their.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. As a matter of fact,
I
it
don't
should
think
be.
any of us have seen it, and so.
It should be part of the package that went out, and so where you
Okay.
got the agenda, and that was attached to there.
All right, thank you. I know the Los Colinas Irving Chamber of Commerce sends us their work plans and what their scope of work is going to be and scope of services. I just haven't seen it, so maybe I just missed it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Abdul.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go back on item number 22 about the Confluence Road Extension Project. That project is underway, and just little change orders is costing us 2.7?
Yes, sir. Dan Vedral, Traffic and Transportation Director. Yes, I have a PowerPoint if you'd like to see that. But yes, that is the change order. It is a very detailed change order. One of the things to remember, this is a state contract, and as part of a state contract, you're not allowed to have any contingencies built into it. It is a $25 million project. If we'd had contingencies allowed in the contract, you'd probably have a 10% contingency or $2.5 million. And then I'd be coming before you all today with probably your $200,000 or $300,000 change order. But instead of that, it's much larger.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got anybody else? Okay, item number 50 is adopting a non-retroactive repeating 30% COLA, 30% cost of living adjustment COLA for active retirees. Item number 51, we're going to talk about an executive session. So KO, when you read us in, also include that one. Item number 52 is the second and final reading approving a negotiated settlement between Atmos City Steering Committee and Atmos Energy Corp. Mid-Tex Division regarding the company's 2024 rate review mechanism filing. Item number 53 is a public hearing and second reading and ordinance amending section 41 through 57, Article 9, entitled Municipal Drainage Utility Systems of Chapter 41, entitled Water and Sewer Systems of the Code of Civil and Criminal Ordinances of the City of Irving, Texas, setting a new schedule of drainage charges, providing a penalty, providing a servability clause, and providing an effective date. Item number 54 is a public hearing and second reading amending Chapter 52 entitled Water and Sewer Rates of the Code of Civil and Criminal Ordinances of the City of Irving, Texas, providing a new monthly water and sewer rate. And that brings us to our zoning cases.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ken Bloom, Planning Manager.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Item number 55 is zoning case 2024-180-ZC is at 928 and 930 East 4th Street. A request is from an SP1 detailed site plan for R6 and beauty salon to an SP2 R6 to expand for single family and to expand the beauty salon and a variance to the side yard setback. The staff recommendations for approval, P&Z recommended approval unanimously. We have 2 responses, support and none opposition. So this case was, this property was originally rezoned to allow the beauty salon about 15 years ago. And it was, the house is in the front, faces East 4th Street, and the beauty salon and the parking area is kind of on the back side. So they basically want to do a small expansion of the beauty salon portion. It's about roughly 100 square feet, 110 square feet. And then there's also, when we were going through, so we saw that there was an expansion on the side of the house, which encroached into the side yard setback. This expansion is actually built into the roof line of the house itself, as you'll see in a second. This is the rear, or kind of the side of the house. So this is the beauty salon section here, and the house is up front. This is viewed from the corner. And this is from the front of the house. So you can see the expansion. They kind of built it into the house, but they got a little too far over. So they're needing a variance for that. That was done around 2009 by our best estimate. And just the surrounding property. Again, P&Z and staff recommend approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, next one.
Next 2 items, Mayor, if I can take them together, they're paired cases. It's comprehensive plan amendment 2024-248-CP and the corresponding zoning case. This is at 4205 West Pioneer, from regional commercial to manufacturing warehouse. Staff recommendation, P&Z recommendation were for denial. So 1 response to support, none opposition. I believe within the last hour, the council members have been emailed a letter or an email train from the applicant regarding one of the surrounding apartment complexes. So we will have a copy of that email at your places tonight. But the property here is the old movie theater site, about 8.7 acres. It's currently regional commercial, which is an auto-oriented district for retail, office, and commercial uses. They want to change it to manufacturing warehouse, which is what's necessary for light manufacturing, warehousing, and storage. As you'll see, this front's Pioneer Drive. There is primarily retail to the west and to the north. And then primarily to the south and to the east, it is residential, either with multifamily or there's actually within 300 feet of the property, some single-family properties as well. So again, this area is shown as regional commercial. And again, it's oriented district. They're going for warehouse, so they're needing to change it to a warehouse district. We don't believe it meets the compatibility standards for adjacent uses and doesn't meet the requirement that it does not cause any negative impacts. We believe it certainly could. We believe approving an amendment to the comprehensive plan future land use map in this area would represent the start of warehouse and manufacturer uses in the area. It is primarily developed with residential and commercial uses. There's no manufacturing warehouse future land use area anywhere on West Pioneer. And then going forward to the zoning case, which is the next item, 2024-243. They're asking for a generalized site plan for ML20A, which is light industrial. The purpose for it would be just ML20A. The only variance they're asking for is to the State Highway 183 overlay, which does not allow for warehouse uses in this area of the overlay. Staff and P&Z recommendation were also in for denial. We just went over the future land use, and again, that is just the one variance they're asking for. Would note that this is just their preliminary. They said at P&Z that this is kind of outdated at this point, but you're not approving this. You're just approving the generalized site plan. So you just have some of the surrounding photos. You have the movie theater site. You can see the nearby residential and the nearby commercial as well. The subject property is within 300 feet of 2 single-family neighborhoods and adjacent to 4 other apartment complexes. There are no warehouse distribution uses located anywhere along West Pioneer, and notably, there are no zoning districts on West Pioneer that would allow such a use. So this would certainly be a definitive change to the area. So based on that and the future land use recommendation of denial, staff's recommendation for a zoning case is also denial. Be happy to answer any questions.
Dennis?
Yeah, I just got a question on administrative comment number 7. You actually read it. Help me understand. You said approving an amendment to the comprehensive plan land use map on this site would represent a start of warehouse and manufacturing uses in the area. I live out there. There's no more land to build nothing on. So how would that start warehouse uses in the area when there's no land to build nothing on? I'm just curious about why that comment is in there. The closest land that's available is the Dart piece of property down in the floodplain.
There's certainly a lot of areas that are capable of being redeveloped as property and put pressure on those properties to be redeveloped.
It's all residential. It's all residential.
Not all of it, but I understand your point.
I mean, to me, the comment makes no sense to me personally. Okay, because when I know there's no land to start building nothing else on, as to why you'd put that comment in there.
Al?
Yeah, I really am with the P&Z on this one and the staff. That's a prime location because that's where the theater has been in the past. And so there's got to be some other applications, but for what they're proposing, I don't care what they bring tonight, I just can't go with this.
Brad?
Yeah, I was going to say, slightly off topic, but maybe I'll make it on topic. But I was able to watch in live stream the P&Z meeting on YouTube. And so I think that's very helpful, not only to me, but I think to residents. I got to see Mr. Gears make his case, and it's informative. The one request I might have that maybe I just missed it is, are we and congratulations to the communications team for doing that, but are we doing the work sessions? Because during that meeting, I would hear reference to the work session. And so obviously you can go to ICTN or other areas, but I'd love to be able to see that. Now, maybe I just missed it, but I think the work session.
Currently, we just do the audio recording of the work session for P&Z. It's never been a televised work session for P&Z.
Okay, thank you. But my vote would be I'd love to see it if we can do it because I think it's helpful. And they actually have a consent agenda on, so they pass some, and you really, unless you really dig for an audio, you're not going to know what they did on the consent agenda. They
Consent
obviously
agen-
discussed them.
Well, consent agenda is only for the plats and for the minutes. Those are the only things on the P&Z consent agenda.
But when they passed it at their meeting, we didn't hear anything about it, though I think they did discuss it at the work session, so.
Okay.
That's where I think it'd be informative. If we can do it.
Okay.
Abdul.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, I'm familiar with that area. I think that theater behind Walmart is almost a dead place right now. There is no activity. The building is getting bad, and I don't know how long that's going to be in that condition. So we have to think of some creative idea of improving that property. So if it is currently commercial, what do we foresee in the future over there?
Well,
There
shown
is a
for
Walmart.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
There is a Walmart. I don't think any major retailer would think of it as a suitable place. So we need to think of how to get that property improved. And what is the definition of light industrial means?
Light industrial would be light manufacturing or warehouse distribution. That would be considered to be light industrial.
That would
The district
also-
name is called light industrial.
And that also include some retail part of it?
No, retail is not allowed in light industrial.
Okay, because on the other side of 161, there are certain buildings which does the light industrial and the retail showroom. That could be, comes under light industrial. When you say warehousing, is it light industrial warehousing plus the showroom? Could be?
The applicant could, in theory, have asked for that in the beginning. They did not. They asked for actually ML20, and we know to them that it would require variance to the 1A3 overlay, which is why it was changed to a site plan zoning.
So when the staff says denial and the P&Z says denial, I'm sure they may have something in mind that what they would do with that property. Are they?
Well, we're guided, of course, by the Comprehensive Plan and Future Land Use Map, which is adopted by ordinance by the council. In terms of specifics, we don't get into the specifics of what specifically might go in a location. That's not really our place to do that. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but.
I was just wondering that what could be, because that property needs improvement.
Certainly does. And it can be improved with many things under the current regional commercial, which would allow for retail, office, professional offices. It would allow for a number of things in that category.
All right, thank you.
Al?
Yeah. Let me ask the question, Ken. You said that we're going to see something tonight. Is that different from what was denied by the P&Z and staff?
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying that there was an email that was sent by the applicant at about 4 o'clock today, and we'll have that passed. It was sent to all of you, but we'll also have that passed out at your seats.
What's the content? Is it changing whatever?
Basically, essentially, email of support from one of the neighboring apartment complexes.
All right, thank you.
I want to piggyback off of Abdul's question. So could you put a car lot there?
No, not under the 1A3 overlay.
Okay, so why does it say, auto-related, where did I see that?
I'm getting to it. There you go.
Says,
Auto-oriented,
the regional-
not auto-related,
auto-oriented
district.
Okay,
Yeah.
auto-oriented
Yeah.
district, okay. So, all right, so, but again, I'm kind of back with Abdul. You know you're not going to build multifamily there because it's not going to pass. You're not going to build a retail because it's not going to survive, okay, because of the location. You can't see it. So, I mean, help me understand, beside retail and residential, from a planning perspective, what other type of businesses we have in the city now that you could look to put there under this zoning?
No, again, variety of retail, office, professional office, doctors, those kinds of things. There's a number of things that would fit in that category that wouldn't necessarily need the highest level of visibility that you would for, say, a Walmart or something like that. Things that would be like that, or even more destination kind of things, like a main event that always comes to my mind because my kids always went there, like a main event kind of place where it doesn't have to have the highest visibility because everybody knows it's there and they all go to it.
Okay, next one.
Okay. Item number 58 is a special fence project plan, 2024-249-SFP, is at 1101 North MacArthur. Is a request to allow a 6-foot wood fence on the property line along East St. Clair Drive. We don't find an unnecessary hardship. P&Z recommend approval unanimously, and there were 3 responses support, none opposition. If this looks like a familiar area, it should, because you had a case last time on this property immediately to the south for a special fence plan that was on the MacArthur side. This property faces the other direction, so they're looking for approval of a special fence plan on the East St. Clair side. There's currently about a 5 to 6 foot tall wood white fence that's on the property line right now. That was built prior to 2011, which would have made it been put there by the previous owners without a permit, so it wasn't something the current owners did. They're looking to basically replace that fence. This is the existing fence that they want to replace. Again, this fence was done without a permit. We say that there's no undue hardship because you can have a fence back here that meets requirements like this is the adjacent neighbor to the north. It's 50% visibility, no more than 4 feet tall. So that can be done without a special fence plan. Then this is the neighboring property to the south, which again, you have the case last time. So again, we don't find an unnecessary hardship. P&Z recommended approval unanimously. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, next one.
Okay. Next case, item number 59 is ordinance for 2024-274-ZC. This is a 1532 Hucks Court from RZL to SP2 Generalized Site Plan for RZLA Residential Zero Lot Line with variances to the minimum side setbacks. We did not find hardship. P&Z recommend denial by a split 5-3 vote. The public comments, again, you will have this at your chairs this evening, but around 12:15 this afternoon, we did receive a letter in opposition, and it will result in it being 6.69%. So it's still less than 20%, so a 3/4 vote is not required. So this property is at the corner of East Irving Heights Drive and Hucks Court. And so they are looking to expand. This is Hucks Court. So north is over on the left side of your screen. They're asking for 2 variances. The primary one they're asking for is to expand the existing house, which is basically this portion right here. They want to expand it about 5 feet into the required 15-foot side yard setback, so it's a 5-foot variance. There's also a 15-foot easement here, so if the city council approved this, they would still need to apply for a partial easement abandonment, which would also go back to the future, to a future city council meeting for approval. We have not received any indication that staff would not support such a partial abandonment at this time. The other variance is just kind of a cleanup thing on this side. The house was supposed to be built 8 inches from the side property line. Surveyor shows that it's actually 5 inches, so it's actually a 3-inch variance to clean things up. So this is the existing property right here. And so they would be expanding to more or less where this gate is. It would be where the house would be. And just the properties across the street and next door. Again, staff finds no unnecessary hardship, but we have no objection to the no unnecessary hardship to the south, which is this side. We have no objection to the 3 inches on the north side. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Mark?
Yeah, how many vehicles are permitted at this property?
I believe it's 6, yeah.
6 visible from the public, and street parking doesn't count.
I'm good.
I drove by this morning, there were 7 and 1 parked in the yard. And I noted the P and Z's comments by those that spoke in opposition about that is expanding the 10 feet is, this is a small lot, it's inconsistent with the neighborhood and increasing, the number of, the congestion in the area, so I think the P and Z got it right.
The opposition letter that we received this afternoon, that you'll see at your place tonight, it also mentions the parking as part of the opposition.
All right.
Any other
next one.
questions? Okay. Item number 60 is 2024-276-ZC. It's at 3090 Rock Island. It's going from SP2 for ML20 Light Industrial to SP2 for ML20 Light Industrial and adding the laundromat use. Staff recommendation and P&Z recommendation were both for approval. P&Z public comment forms, we had 1 in support, none in opposition. So this property was rezoned around 2020 and was approved to have a restaurant, 1 or more restaurants on the property. It was also at that time stated that it could not have any building closer than 60 feet to the rear south property line. So that provides basically a 60-foot buffer from any commercial buildings to the residential to the south. What the applicant's looking to do is basically keep that same, all the same standards, all the same uses, and just add the laundromat use. They want to build a laundromat. And they'll build the appropriate parking and everything that's required for that. They'll still maintain the 60-foot setback from the rear. And the subject property next doors. Be happy to answer any questions.
Right down by Tudor Lane. Questions? I think we're there.
Okay. Item 61 is zoning case 2024-278. This is on Beltline. This is the Aspen Creek development from SP2 RTH to SP2 RTH with 1 additional variance. Staff did not find a hardship. P&Z recommended approval 8-0. We have not had any comment forms. So this is the Aspen Creek project. It's being developed in 2 phases because they could only do phase 1 without building the bridge and getting that approved. They can't get their plat approved for the southern part, but they're getting close. So one of the things that they noticed is that they left off the variance for the external side yard setbacks when they went through the zoning the first time. So they're coming in now, and these are the 2 lots that exist right now, and these other ones are what will be projected to be once they bring in the plat. So the only change to this is the side yard setback adjacent to the street being 10 feet instead of 15 feet. And again, the subdivision is under development. Since it is under development and the southern part is not platted, we did not find a hardship at this time. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, on to the next one.
Okay. Last case is 2024-2A1-SFP is at A1 South Jefferson. It's zoned R7.5. The request is to allow a 6-foot tall wood fence on a reverse frontage lot property line, on the side yard setback property line. That would be the East 8th Street side. There's no unnecessary hardship. P&Z recommend approval 8-0 as one response in support. So again, the front of the property is Jefferson. The side is 8th Street, which is the north side there. And it's adjacent to property that faces 8th Street, hence being a reverse frontage. So they want to basically replace the chain link fence with a solid wood fence. We don't believe the criteria has been met. It doesn't necessarily need to be built there. That being said, this is the subject property. This is the 8th Street side of the house. And over on the right side of the screen and right here, this is the chain link fence. They basically want to remove this and all the bushes to build the 6-foot tall fence. There's not a driveway immediately adjacent on the other property, and traffic has no objections to the fence location, as it will still be 15 feet from the back of curb on 8th Street. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? All right.
Okay.
The next, we've got the Delaware Creek Phase 3 proposal. We've got about 55 minutes before we have to work, so we'll try to, and we've got a full executive session, so we'll try to. I know how fast Imelda can move. I saw her with her 3 children this weekend.
It's the bottom one. Thank you. Well, this can be rather quick. This is just an update regarding the site plan and elevations, really, of the Delaware Creek Phase 3 project. The last time we brought this to you was about a year ago, and since then the developer has brought on a new home builder. He's brought on D.R. Horton, and so when they came in, they re-looked at the site plan that you saw about a year ago and made some adjustments. So just to give some background on the property, again, this was supposed to be Phase 3 of the Hines development, and as you may know, they decided not to move forward with Phase 3, so we put out an RFP, of which an adjacent property owner submitted a proposal, and we've been working with him for quite some time on the final development site plan. So the developer's Risk Theory Development, and he has brought on Kimley Horn as the engineer, who has been on for quite some time. And then, as I mentioned, most recently has brought on D.R. Horton as the home builder. The price would be the appraisal price of $1.36 at the time of the RFP, $1.36 million, and earnest money of $10,000 for each track, so $30,000 total. And his proposal included the addition of his property of 3.15 acres. So this is the updated and final proposed development plan after D.R. Horton has come in. It just changed. It has reduced the number of lots. It was originally 86 and reduced it to 76 homes. So that increased the lot size up to 2,100 square feet. Again, it is similar to what we see in Delaware Creek Phase 2 with the lots fronting a green space. It did increase the number of acreage for green space from 1.5 to 2 acres from the last plan you saw. There are a total of 212 parking spaces, so 2 in each garage as required, and then 60 additional visitor parking spaces throughout the development. The HOA will maintain the common green areas and the private alleys, also known as Muse Streets. We had direction to keep 10 feet between the houses to ensure fire can get through those. And this will be rezoned to the Heritage Crossing neighborhood mixed-use base zoning. This is just additional information on the concept. So you'll see that there the different size lots here, with the intersecting streets being meeting what fire needs for a 30-foot radius when we have our public streets intersecting with our other public streets. And that would allow parking on the street. When it comes to those mews or those alleys, those will be fire lanes, so with no parking. And so fire will allow, as long as there's no parking there, the 20-foot radius. And then over on the right is just some information regarding the acreage and the typical lot size.
Melda, I want to just stop and point out, these Muse streets are not a standard that's in our subdivision regs. This would be a variance from what we typically require as a street being 52 feet of pavement, or excuse me, 31 feet of pavement and a 52-foot right-of-way. This is a special design. It's similar to Delaware Creek 1 and 2. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on that. We worked extensively with the fire chief and the fire marshal to make sure that their concerns about fire access are addressed in this design, but this is a variance from our typical requirements for a private street, but it is consistent with what we approved in Delaware Creek 1 and 2.
Brad?
Well, I can either go now or at the end, but one thing occurred to me, I definitely like the look of it, but for future neighborhoods, this one I'm very comfortable with, but future neighborhoods, one thing we keep running into is there's no parks or whatever, so I'd like to see pocket parks with playgrounds and future developments. Now here you have some, and then you're on a big green space, so I don't have any issue with what we're doing here. I think it's good, but I think other neighborhoods we've seen, we may want to consider that. You were going to say something.
I did forget to mention, you'll see that they are adding a trail to connect 6th Street down to Rendy, which will then connect to the remaining part of the trail system there across the center. So using our new pointer here, this right here, they will be constructing that.
Yeah, I think that's great. I'm 100%. Like, they're going to have green space here, you know, unlike some other places. But it just occurred to me when we look at these, we ought to, because I hear that constantly. And so they're going to be well served with parks close by and green space and all of that. So, Dennis.
Yeah, so the fire department today sign off with us, have any concerns about these streets?
They had a number of concerns that we've addressed, I hope. Fire chief is here, he can speak to those concerns, but it had to do with turning radiuses and making sure that there's named streets, no parking on those Muse streets. I'll let Chief address the specific concerns.
Victor Connolly, Fire Chief. We've sent, I think, 5 or 6 additional concerns on this particular project. Some of them are being addressed by legal. We've not got feedback on those yet. The Muse, that when they come out, I can't remember what she said about the public right-of-way, but did you say there's no parking on that as well, the public street?
The 31-foot has the public.
Okay, so that's a problem. We expressed that last time because you got a 24-foot wide Mew street, alley, whatever you want to call it, coming out into a public right-of-way. If they're parking on the side of the street as we turn into a 24-foot wide street, that could create some problems for us getting in and out. So I think there's about 5 or 6 things that we've addressed, that we're working on some of these things that could be potential problems.
So here, there's no parking. There's parking, that's where the parking is.
Correct.
Not on the turns.
The public street where she's got right here, the public street coming right through here and turning up here is 52 foot wide. But these Mews are 24, and as they turn onto the 31 foot wide street, if they're parking on both sides, that's going to create problems for us. And that's where we wanted the last time they brought this project forward. We wanted no parking on the public street as well as the fire lane streets, so our apparatus could get in and out of these streets. And then there's a couple other things as far as enforcement. Who's going to be responsible to keep the fire lanes painted, the signs up, because these Mews are deemed private streets. It's the responsibility of the HOA. How do we get into an agreement? Where do we put the teeth in there to enforce those fire lanes, get maintained? So we got several of those little issues that we need to work through before fire can support this.
Thank you.
Okay.
So continuing on, and I'll address some of those development standards here in a second. So these are the updated, with D.R. Horton coming in, we have updated the elevations. So there are 4 floor plans with 2 elevations each. Part of these renderings, you'll see they are very different, and we really push them on the materials used. It would be brick or stone, 100%, and then making sure that there was variations, so that way it would not look like a monotonous product. So again, back to the development agreement terms as of now. Again, this is just an update for the site plan and elevations to get your feedback on that. If we're good to move forward, we'll continue to work out the final details of the development agreement. But what we have as of today, again, is the price at $1.3 million, the earnest money, and a monotony clause to ensure that we don't have homes that are very similar to each other and it doesn't look like a newly built neighborhood, but one that's been in existence for a while. And then an inclusion to the D.R. Horton to have an assignment, since we know that they are being a partner and will be responsible for building of the homes, allowing for that assignment and those responsibilities to them up front. Closing obligations, as you have seen before in our other development agreements, we require financial responsibility. This shows that they have the funds to do the project. A guarantee to ensure that they perform as they are supposed to per the development agreement. And then a final plat, which is a little bit different. With some of our recent development agreements, we usually require building permits that match what the site plan and the elevations. But since these will be, the homes will be built after it's conveyed, there's another end user will be conveying at final plat to the developer. Regarding some of the concerns that Fire Chief mentioned, there will be an exhibit that has development standards that addresses some of those items. So the private streets will have names and be addressed. There will be no parking fire lane on the private streets, those Muse alleys, and signs every 50 feet on all the 24-foot wide streets. One thing that we are still working through is the timing of when they would do the striping and the signage. They will have to have it before any of the homes are occupied, but working through, depending on their development plan, if it's done right when the infrastructure is done and the house is built up, or when the homes, prior to the homes are completed. But those are some of the final details to still be worked out. 30-foot radius at the Muse intersecting the local street, and then 20-foot radius at Muse intersecting Muse streets. And on this site plan, what's been talked is parking would be allowed on the 30-foot wide streets or wider. You'll see those are dedicated on-street parking, not just, which are not all over the development, but there are dedicated parking spaces. So not all the streets will have parking on both sides. You'll see that in the site plan that's detailed out. Utilities can be within the alleys, and they would be at the furthest edges of those alleys and on opposite sides there. So when water is being worked on, you can still have a vehicle that can get through the alley. The utility meters, both water and gas, would be protected to eliminate being driven over. And we have received feedback from both fire and water as to how they would like them protected. Depending on the type, one could be protected by bollards or the other one's built in or behind the curb, and we will specify those as we get further into the details of the site plan. And then no structure can encroach into the fire lane regardless of height, so no second or third story cantilevers. Those have to be clear to help make sure fire can get through those alleys or Muse streets. Again, the 10-foot separation from the closest point of the structures. And then per direction from council last year, fencing installed adjacent to Rendy Street to eliminate pedestrian access to the adjacent homes and to discourage parking along that curve. So next steps would be getting any feedback from you again regarding the site plan and the elevations. If you are supportive of those updates, we'll continue to work with legal on the particulars of the development agreement. As Chief mentioned, we are still working through the enforcement mechanism to ensure that they enforce who's maintaining what throughout the life of the project. So those are some of the things that we're working on, but they would be built into the development agreement.
Well, the good news is we're going to get it back in front of us. Is there anything specific you want to talk about on this that you want them to put back in or bring forward with when they come back?
I'll make it real quick. If I'm looking at the pad site, it's about 1,200 square feet. And then the second story, so I assume the house will be about 2,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
Más o menos, right?
Más o menos, yes.
Okay. And do we have a price on it?
I don't have an updated price since D.R. Horton has joined, no, but I can bring that the next time.
Okay,
But it would be market rate.
yeah. And the last is, since they did the 3 parcels and they did the down payment or deposit
They will be.
for each one, but I'm sure that when they buy it all.
Oh, yes. So the 30,000 is just the
Doesn't matter.
earnest money until we
Right.
close.
I'm fine.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mayor. So question about the on-street parking. So this is on the 31-foot wide streets. You mentioned, and I see it now in the site plan, these are inset from
The
that
road.
31-foot width, right?
Yes.
So at the points where we have the on-street parking for the local streets, where there's parking, it's actually, I mean, probably more like 37 or 38 feet wide.
I can't give you the exact math,
But
but it's
wider.
inset, yes, from the road. So there's no parking here. This is inset from the road. This is inset, so there's no parking on this side. And then this was allowed to have parking this way, but that's,
What sort of enforcement mechanism would we have if we wanted to say like, okay, that's fine, but no parking outside of those spaces? Like, you can't park on the curb on the other side.
be the striping. I mean, we can further specify that in the development agreement, but they are supposed to, by having this such a detailed of a site plan in the agreement, they have to build to this, unless
Okay.
they come to you for an amendment after a development agreement is approved.
Okay.
So-
I would definitely be in support of that. I think having those inset, on but kind of off-street parking spaces, that's great. And let's just keep the parking problem from getting worse than, since we can. And this is a new development, let's do that. That would be my feedback. Otherwise, I like the look of the elevations and the rest of the project. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Kale, you want to read us into executive session, include the judges as
Yes,
well
sir.
as these other 4 items?
Yes, sir. The time is 5:18. The Irving City Council will convene into a closed executive session to receive legal advice, to deliberate regarding real property, to discuss economic development negotiations, and to discuss a personnel matter. And this is pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.087.
Can we, do we have people waiting? Or is it all our internal team? Yeah, I was going to say, we've got them with Beth, but do we have any of the other legal?
The Motowner Show is a tribute to many artists and great songs from the classic Motown years. Expect to hear tributes to hits by The Temptations, Diana Ross, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, and many more. Enjoy a night of rhythm and blues here at the Irving Arts Center, September 12th at 7:30 p.m. ICTN's Game of the Week returns for its 44th season. We're kicking off with the Grand Prairie versus Nimitz homecoming game. The game is here at Join Ralph Ellis Stadium, September 13th at 7 p.m. You can tune in to the ICTN live stream on our YouTube channel. Play a live version of the game Candy Lane and see who makes it to the top of the Gumdrop Castle first. Celebrate colors and candy here at the Lee Park Rec Center, September 14th at 10 a.m.
The Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce marked National Nonprofit Day with its first ever nonprofit fair at the Jack T. Huffman Community Building.
So in our process, we want to make that person come in at this level, walk out at this level.
Reps from 11 local nonprofits shared information about what they do and explained how people can get involved.
It's just awareness. You know, there's so many nonprofits here in Irving doing such wonderful things because, as you know, there's a lot of need in this area. And so we just wanted to bring awareness, and by bringing them here, getting our members to know them, getting them to know our members, it's just connecting people and the nonprofits.
Oh my gosh, this was an awesome event today. Just letting the community know what resources are out there for them, for us as nonprofits to know what resources are out there so we're able to serve the families who are coming to us for assistance.
And since the Irving Family Advocacy Center was there, I got a quick visit with my BFF, Ritter. This event was part of the Hispanic Chamber's monthly Café con Nosotros series. This program allows business people opportunities to build relationships and skills.
Road to the Future. It's the City of Irving's long-term roadmap, making sure you can get where you want to go. The City of Irving's Traffic and Transportation Department maintains 1,440 lane miles of roads. To put that into perspective, if you left from Irving City Hall, that's the equivalent of maintaining a 2-lane road all the way to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeehaw!
To keep you safe, the city has more than 58,000 street signs, 220 traffic signals, 350 pedestrian and school crossings, and nearly 2,700 city-owned streetlights. Irving's road system is estimated to be valued at more than $1.5 billion, and Road to the Future ensures the city continues to invest in its roadways. Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress, worth $110.9 million. This is also year 7 of the city's Summer Overlay Project, as the Traffic and Transportation Department repaves sections of 25 streets across the city. Irving's Road to the Future program, continuing to invest in your transportation.
Talking transportation, infrastructure investment, and more, leaders gather for the Infrastructure Summit hosted by the City of Irving and the North Texas Commission at the Irving Convention Center.
Well, I'm happy that we're having it again. Irving has always been a leader in transportation.
It's a fantastic opportunity for Irving, bringing in all of these people who are really, at the heart of infrastructure, transit, utilities.
It's always good for us to get together and talk about transportation and water. Those are two of the main things that really affect the day-to-day operation of everything in the city.
It's great to come back to a sellout crowd for this anniversary.
This year's keynote celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Regional Transportation Council.
The RTC has been instrumental in advancing every major transportation project in the city of Irving over the last 50 years.
We take great pride at the Regional Transportation Council on focusing on outcomes, every day trying to get more outcomes implemented. For now, the 8 million, when I started, 2 million people in the region, soon to be 12 million people in the region.
Other major topics in focus during the 2-day summit include the water supply.
The quality of water and the conservation of water is very important.
Also, the connections between infrastructure and economic development.
Transportation and infrastructure and economic development go hand in hand.
We know that corporations, when they're looking to come to North Texas, and there's a lot of them, they want to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to handle the traffic, to handle the light rail, the mass transit, that their workers and the citizens demand from their employers.
We're the center of where all the employment is. We're the center where all the jobs are. And transportation is key for any future employers and current employers.
Building, maintaining, and updating infrastructure takes a lot of investment. which is one reason people here believe all residents should stay engaged on this topic.
You hit a great point, Thomas. The cost of doing these things is enormous. And unfortunately, the way that they can start and be finished is today for the future, which means you and I pay a little more dollars because that's what it's going to cost and what it's going to take to build the infrastructure for the future.
Here at the Infrastructure Summit, leaders network and learn the latest. Solutions that may benefit communities and collaborations that can make a difference.
That's how you get things done. You know, you can't build anything on your own, so it requires TxDOT, DART, RTC, the city, and other cooperation, FTA, feds. TxDOT just requires a whole realm of people to get a project completed.
They are planning for the future and talking a lot about Irving at the annual Infrastructure Summit.
It's a wonderful event, and it allows us, the city of Irving, to showcase the successes that we've had with economic development and transportation, and just gives us a chance to showcase our community.
Thomas Gandy for City Source.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Stevens. Be sure to watch Irving Spotlight as we try milkshakes and more in a new Irving Eats. And Alamo Drafthouse Los Cleaners is back. We celebrate their return and learn about exciting new offers during their soft open. So tune in for the September 6th episode on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16, and Frontier Channel 30. And on YouTube at The City of Irving, as we spotlight the city's arts, culture, and entertainment.
This year's gala is Viva Urban Cares. As you know, we've kind of done some of these theme things. So this year we're kind of doing a Viva Fiesta party theme, kind of more of a menu's going to be Latin-based type food that Chef Eduardo's putting together for us. We'll have a silent auction, live auction, a few little games and things you can play. We're going to have ballet folklore out here. We'll have a mariachi band here to kind of settle in with the theme. You know, we've always done a wine pool. This year we're going to do a tequila pool. So we're going to have a lot of small batch craft tequilas this year to pull to kind of go along with the theme of Viva Irving Cares. It's a great event to be able to give back to an organization that's really making an impact in the community. It's a lot of fun. It's a chance to see some old friends, meet some new people, just network and mingle and learn more about what Irving Cares does. Our overall goal is to help lift families completely out of poverty with a living wage job. The better our community is, the better we take care of all of our folks. It's a win for everybody, even those that don't need help.
$50, $40, $30, $20.
Aspiring pilot Elza Mace is landing a commercial jet for the first time.
Tell it to close cake.
With one caveat, it was in here.
I am ecstatic. 10 out of 10.
Elza is one of a dozen people who work in the aviation industry that won a contest from Irving-based Envoy Air, a subsidiary of American Airlines Group.
That was incredible. It was everything I wanted and probably a little bit more too.
The contest, in celebration of National Aviation Day, gives winners the opportunity to jump in the captain's seat in a flight simulator at Avenger Flight Group, located in West Irving.
If aviation isn't in your family, you don't even know what it takes to become a pilot or what pilots in training go through.
500.
Going back and forth.
Inside the simulators, you completely forget you're still in a building in Irving.
It feels exactly like the plane.
Wherever you're ready, go ahead.
And sitting at the helm of this aircraft could be the runway for a future Envoy captain.
Getting in there today, probably very similar to me the first time I got in the sim, gives them that spark and the motivation that they need in order to kind of continue to pursue their dream.
Been shot out of a rocket.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
That's certainly the case for Elza, who is more than eager for her career to take off.
I already want to be a pilot, but this just like times it by a million.
A simulated experience with real-world benefits taking flight soon. Robert Sheik for City Source.
The Irving Art Center invites you to experience the abstract and mathematical art exhibit, Lane Banks' Geometric Paintings. Banks is a Dallas-based artist who produces work conceptual in origin and geometric in appearance. The exhibit opens September 15th with a reception at 2 p.m. at the Dupree Lobby Gallery. Indulge in the heart and soul of New Orleans through its iconic food, music, arts, and culture. The New Orleans Brass and Culture Fest will include food trucks, vendors, live music, and much more. Come down to Levy Event Plaza to get a true taste of NOLA, September 21st at 11 a.m. Calling all knitting, crochet, and weaving fanatics, the DFW Fiber Fest is back in Irving. The event offers classes by expert fiber instructors and well-curated vendor hall with all your fiber needs. Enjoy a weekend of all things fiber here at the Irving Convention Center, September 20th through the 23rd.
It's the theater for movie lovers.
I just think it's very unique in the way they do movies.
I think it's a little bit more personal too, just like the experience.
The Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Los Cleanest unexpectedly closed all its DFW locations this past spring.
I honestly cried when Alamo shut down. It's very emotional for me.
Thankfully, it was a short closure, and all the theaters have reopened, including the beloved Alamo located at the Toyota Music Factory.
A lot of hard work that went into getting this place up and running again. So we're super excited to be here tonight.
I'm really happy just because, you know, they do offer vegan options. So there's somewhere where I can actually eat and watch the movies because it's something that we love to do.
I'm so excited. I work right next door, so I would be able to come and see movies right after I got off of work.
And for a limited time, you can watch some of the summer's hottest releases for an affordable price.
If you missed Deadpool, you have to come see that. We have It Ends With Us. The Crow just came out this week. Alien Romulus, which is something that really should be seen on the big screen. All of those are playing right now, and for the next 2 weeks of our soft opening, tickets are only $5, and we're offering 25% off of select food and beverages.
Almost all the Friday night showings were sold out, with the community eager to return to Alamo and watch a movie.
Alien. Yes, we're huge fanatics, so of course we had to come.
Yes.
Alien Romulus and Blink Twice. We're doing a double feature.
You can continue to watch films back to back with an Alamo Season Pass that allows you to see up to one movie per day for only $20 a month.
And that includes a lot of our repertory programming as well, so it really gives you a wide variety that you wouldn't get at other theaters.
Something else you won't get at other theaters is their eclectic menu that offers several made-from-scratch dishes.
I think the pizza is probably my favorite though, because it's handmade dough, and I'm just a sucker for handmade pizza.
And a one-of-a-kind movie-watching experience.
We did a building dedication to John Carpenter. We worked with Texas Frightmare. So I feel like we've really integrated ourselves into Irving, and so I was just incredibly excited and grateful that we get to be back here.
Hi, I'm Thomas Gandy. On the next City Source, we are on location in Charleston, South Carolina. We'll explain why we're here and also bring you these stories.
We celebrate the grand opening of Irving's new Central Fire Station. Check out all that's new and see the elements of history incorporated there. Careers take flight at Envoy Airlines. See how people think about the possibilities. Plus coverage of Clear the Shelters. That's starting September 13th at 6 p.m. on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16 and Frontier Channel 30, and at youtube.com/The City of Irving for all of the important local stories and information we bring you on ICTN City Source.
Everyone here tonight makes a positive impact in Irving.
We're here tonight to celebrate the 2024 Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful Awards.
And our goal is to recognize some of those folks that wouldn't normally get recognized.
Our first award this evening is the Youth Leadership Award.
It's always great to have this event every year to recognize all the volunteers that we have within the community, the businesses and the different nonprofit groups that come together.
Accepting the award for Hometown Hero is Mike Serapio.
Well, that's why we're here to celebrate people in the community that have done remarkable things in some cases, in other cases, just ordinary things that help the community be a better community.
Go team, y'all rock!
Keep Irving Beautiful. I've been part of them for years and years. To me, it's very much a blessing to be recognized.
Our next award is for civic organization or nonprofit.
We have done a lot of community service activities, clean up, recycle, canned food drive, and our signature project with KIB is a tree plantation. Then this year we planted 21 trees with a donation of $4,100 from our club.
This is the Margie Stipes Lifetime Achievement Award, and it goes to Christina Winters.
It's a privilege to live here, to work here, and play here. And we want everyone else to feel the same way.
Christina has been making a positive impact in the Irving community
all over the community for many, many years.
I have to tell you that South Irving is my vision for the future of Irving, because there is so much opportunity down in our city.
It reminds me of how Irving started. Irving was a bunch of people that came together with a vision to create a great city and work together and to help each other out.
Well, I hope that they recognize that ordinary people like myself and you can do great things in our community, right?
Hopefully somebody else can look at it and then have the drive to want to do the same thing. So everybody should look at one another and help making the city a better place to live.
Passion meets precision at Milkshakes and More, where every recipe is crafted into a flavorful treat.
If you start with quality ingredients, you can make a good really anything. The milkshakes are awesome. We basically use ice cream and milk, and then we have inclusions that you can put in them. We do a classic shake, which is strawberry or chocolate or vanilla.
One of the shop's most popular shakes is the salted caramel Oreo cookie.
Oh my God, it's so good. I just got some toffee bits and they are the best, wow.
Along with some other customer favorite mixtures.
Chocolate raspberry and cream is very popular. Our peanut butter brownie bite, we got our brownies from the bakery 2 doors over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
We're a small family-owned local business. We want to support other family-owned local businesses. So.
Of course, if you're not feeling a milkshake, there are more options.
I think my daughter would have killed me if we didn't have boba tea anyways.
2 scoop sundae with the brown sugar with boba.
In addition to several teas, Milkshakes and More offers coffees, smoothies, slushies, gourmet chocolates, and popcorn.
Something for everyone in the family to enjoy, because not everyone wants a milkshake at the same time.
No matter what you choose to indulge in, the business prides itself on friendly customer service, catering to all dietary restrictions, and providing generous servings.
One of the biggest complaints I saw about milkshakes in general was they fill the cup 3/4 with the milkshake and then they fill it the rest of the way with whipped cream. We always want to give more, right? Give more rather than less.
Giving more to his hometown.
I've been living in Irving since 2015 and I just love the community. I love the diversity of it.
And inviting everyone to explore a variety of sweet treats to satisfy their cravings.
The Motowner Show is a tribute to many artists and great songs from the classic Motown years. Expect to hear tributes to hits by The Temptations, Diana Ross, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, and many more. Enjoy a night of rhythm and blues here at the Irving Arts Center, September 12th at 7:30 p.m. ICTN's Game of the Week returns for its 44th season. We're kicking off with the Grand Prairie versus Nimitz homecoming game. The game is here at Joan Ralph Ellis Stadium, September 13th at 7 p.m. You can tune in to the ICTN live stream on our YouTube channel. Play a live version of the game Candy Lane and see who makes it to the top of the Gumdrop Castle first. Celebrate colors and candy here at the Lee Park Rec Center, September 14th at 10 a.m.
The Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce marked National Nonprofit Day with its first ever nonprofit fair at the Jack T. Huffman Community Building.
So in our process, we want to make that person come in at this level, walk out at this level.
Reps from 11 local nonprofits shared information about what they do and explained how people can get involved.
It's just awareness. You know, there's so many nonprofits here in Irving doing such wonderful things because, as you know, there's a lot of need in this area. And so we just wanted to bring awareness, and by bringing them here, getting our members to know them, getting them to know our members, it's just connecting people and the nonprofits.
Oh my gosh, this was an awesome event today. Just letting the community know what resources are out there for them, for us as nonprofits to know what resources are out there so we're able to serve the families who are coming to us for assistance.
And since the Irving Family Advocacy Center was there, I got a quick visit with my BFF, Ritter. This event was part of the Hispanic Chamber's monthly Café con Nosotros series. This program allows business people opportunities to build relationships and skills.
Road to the Future. It's the City of Irving's long-term roadmap, making sure you can get where you want to go. The City of Irving's Traffic and Transportation Department maintains 1,440 lane miles of roads. To put that into perspective, if you left from Irving City Hall, that's the equivalent of maintaining a 2-lane road all the way to Nashville, Tennessee. Yeehaw! To keep you safe, the city has more than 58,000 street signs, 220 traffic signals, 350 pedestrian and school crossings, and nearly 2,700 city-owned streetlights. Irving's road system is estimated to be valued at more than $1.5 billion, and Road to the Future ensures the city continues to invest in its roadways. Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress, worth $110.9 million. This is also year 7 of the city's Summer Overlay Project, as the Traffic and Transportation Department repaves sections of 25 streets across the city. Irving's Road to the Future program, continuing to invest in your transportation.
Talking transportation, infrastructure investment, and more, leaders gather for the Infrastructure Summit hosted by the City of Irving and the North Texas Commission at the Irving Convention Center.
Well, I'm happy that we're having it again. Irving has always been a leader in transportation.
It's a fantastic opportunity for Irving, bringing in all of these people who are really, at the heart of infrastructure, transit, utilities.
It's always good for us to get together and talk about transportation and water. Those are two of the main things that really affect the day-to-day operation of everything in the city.
It's great to come back to a sellout crowd for this anniversary.
This year's keynote celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Regional Transportation Council.
The RTC has been instrumental in advancing every major transportation project in the city of Irving over the last 50 years.
We take great pride at the Regional Transportation Council on focusing on outcomes, every day trying to get more outcomes implemented. For now, the 8 million, when I started, 2 million people in the region, soon to be 12 million people in the region.
Other major topics in focus during the 2-day summit include the water supply.
The quality of water and the conservation of water is very important.
Also, the connections between infrastructure and economic development.
Transportation and infrastructure and economic development go hand in hand.
We know that corporations, when they're looking to come to North Texas, and there's a lot of them, they want to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to handle the traffic, to handle the light rail, the mass transit, that their workers and the citizens demand from their employers.
We're the center of where all the employment is. We're the center where all the jobs are. And transportation is key for any future employers and current employers.
Building, maintaining, and updating infrastructure takes a lot of investment, which is one reason people here believe all residents should stay engaged on this topic.
You hit a great point, Thomas. The cost of doing these things is enormous, and unfortunately, the way that they can start and be finished is today for the future, which means you and I pay a little more dollars because that's what it's going to cost and what it's going to take to build the infrastructure for the future.
Here at the Infrastructure Summit, leaders network and learn the latest. Solutions that may benefit communities and collaborations that can make a difference.
That's how you get things done. You know, you can't build anything on your own, so it requires TxDOT, DART, RTC, the city, and other cooperation, FTA, feds. TxDOT just requires a whole realm of people to get a project completed.
They are planning for the future and talking a lot about Irving at the annual Infrastructure Summit.
It's a wonderful event, and it allows us, the city of Irving, to showcase the successes that we've had with economic development and transportation, and just gives us a chance to showcase our community.
Thomas Gandy for CitySource.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Stevens. Be sure to watch Irving Spotlight as we try milkshakes and more in a new Irving Eats. And Alamo Drafthouse Las Cleanas is back. We celebrate their return and learn about exciting new offers during their soft open. So tune in for the September 6th episode on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16, and Frontier Channel 30. And on YouTube at The City of Irving, as we spotlight the city's arts, culture, and entertainment.
This year's gala is Viva Irving Cares. As you know, we've kind of done some of these theme things. So this year we're kind of doing a Viva Fiesta party theme, kind of more of a menu's going to be Latin-based type food that Chef Eduardo's putting together for us. We'll have a silent auction, a live auction, a few little games and things you can play. We're going to have ballet folklore out here. We're going to have a mariachi band here to kind of settle in with the theme. You know, we've always done a wine pool. This year we're going to do a tequila pool. So we're going to have a lot of small batch craft tequilas this year to pull to kind of go along with the theme of Viva Irving Cares. It's a great event to be able to give back to an organization that's really making an impact in the community. It's a lot of fun. It's a chance to see some old friends, meet some new people, just network and mingle and learn more about what Irving Cares does. Our overall goal is to help lift families completely out of poverty with a living wage job. The better our community is, the better we take care of all of our folks. It's a win for everybody, even those that don't need help.
$50, $40, $30, $20.
Aspiring pilot Elza Mace is landing a commercial jet for the first time. With one caveat, it was in here.
I am ecstatic, 10 out of 10.
Elza is one of a dozen people who work in the aviation industry that won a contest from Irving-based Envoy Air, a subsidiary of American Airlines Group.
That was incredible. It was everything I wanted and probably a little bit more too.
The contest, in celebration of National Aviation Day, gives winners the opportunity to jump in the captain's seat in a flight simulator at Avenger Flight Group, located in West Irving.
If aviation isn't in your family, you don't even know what it takes to become a pilot or what pilots in training go through.
500.
Going back and forth.
Inside the simulators, you completely forget you're still in a building in Irving.
It feels exactly like the plane.
Wherever you're ready, go ahead.
And sitting at the helm of this aircraft could be the runway for a future Envoy captain.
Getting in there today, probably very similar to me the first time I got in the sim, gives them that spark and the motivation that they need in order to kind of continue to pursue their dream.
Been shot out of a rocket.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
That's certainly the case for Elza, who is more than eager for her career to take off.
I already want to be a pilot, but this just like times it by a million.
A simulated experience with real-world benefits taking flight soon. Robert Sheik for CitySource.
The Irving Art Center invites you to experience the abstract and mathematical art exhibit, Lane Banks' Geometric Paintings. Banks is a Dallas-based artist who produces work conceptual in origin and geometric in appearance. The exhibit opens September 15th with a reception at 2 p.m. at the Dupree Lobby Gallery. Indulge in the heart and soul of New Orleans through its iconic food, music, arts, and culture. The New Orleans Brass and Culture Fest will include food trucks, vendors, live music, and much more. Come down to Levy Event Plaza to get a true taste of NOLA, September 21st at 11 a.m. Calling all knitting, crochet, and weaving fanatics, the DFW Fiber Fest is back in Irving. The event offers classes by expert fiber instructors and well-curated vendor hall with all your fiber needs. Enjoy a weekend of all things fiber here at the Irving Convention Center, September 20th through the 23rd.
It's the theater for movie lovers.
I just think it's very unique in the way they do movies.
I think it's a little bit more personal too, just like the experience.
The Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Los Cleanest unexpectedly closed all its DFW locations this past spring.
I honestly cried when Alamo shut down. It was very emotional for me.
Thankfully, it was a short closure, and all the theaters have reopened, including the beloved Alamo located at the Toyota Music Factory.
A lot of hard work that went into getting this place up and running again, so we're super excited to be here tonight.
I'm really happy just because, you know, they do offer vegan options, so there's somewhere where I can actually eat and watch the movies because it's something that we love to do.
I'm so excited. I work right next door, so I would be able to come and see movies right after I got off of work.
And for a limited time, you can watch some of the summer's hottest releases for an affordable price.
If you missed Deadpool, you have to come see that. We have It Ends With Us. The Crow just came out this week. Alien Romulus, which is something that really should be seen on the big screen. All of those are playing right now, and for the next 2 weeks of our soft opening, tickets are only $5, and we're offering 25% off of select food and beverages.
Almost all the Friday night showings were sold out, with the community eager to return to Alamo and watch a movie.
Alien. Yes. We're huge fanatics, so of course we had to come.
Yes.
Alien Romulus and Blink Twice. We're doing a double feature.
You can continue to watch films back to back with an Alamo Season Pass that allows you to see up to one movie per day for only $20 a month.
And that includes a lot of our repertory programming as well, so it really gives you a wide variety that you wouldn't get at other theaters.
Something else you won't get at other theaters is their eclectic menu that offers several made-from-scratch dishes.
I think the pizza is probably my favorite though, because it's handmade dough, and I'm just a sucker for handmade pizza.
And a one-of-a-kind movie-watching experience.
We did a building dedication to John Carpenter. We worked with Texas Frightmare. So I feel like we've really integrated ourselves into Irving, and so I was just incredibly excited and grateful that we get to be back here.
Hi, I'm Thomas Gandy. On the next City Source, we are on location in Charleston, South Carolina. We'll explain why we're here and also bring you these stories.
We celebrate the grand opening of Irving's new Central Fire Station. Check out all that's new and see the elements of history incorporated there. Careers take flight at Envoy Airlines. See how people are learning about the possibilities. Plus coverage of Clear the Shelters. That's starting September 13th at 6 p.m. on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16 and Frontier Channel 30, and at youtube.com/The City of Irving for all of the important local stories and information we bring you on ICTN City Source.
Everyone here tonight makes a positive impact in Irving.
We're here tonight to celebrate the 2024 Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful Awards.
And our goal is to recognize some of those folks that wouldn't normally get recognized.
Our first award this evening is the Youth Leadership Award.
It's always great to have this event every year to recognize all the volunteers that we have within the community, the businesses and the different nonprofit groups that come together.
Accepting the award for Hometown Hero is Mike Serapio.
That's why we're here to celebrate people in the community that have done remarkable things in some cases, in other cases, just ordinary things that help the community be a better community.
Go team, y'all rock!
Keep Irving Beautiful. I've been part of them for years and years. To me, it's very much a blessing to be recognized.
Our next award is for civic organization or nonprofit.
We have done a lot of community service activities, clean up, recycle, canned food drive, and our signature project with KIB is a tree plantation. And then this year we planted 21 trees with a donation of $4,100 from our club.
This is the Margie Stipes Lifetime Achievement Award, and it goes to Christina Winters.
It's a privilege to live here, to work here, and play here. And we want everyone else to feel the same way.
Christina has been making a positive impact in the Irving community, all over the community for many, many years.
I have to tell you that South Irving is my vision for the future of Irving because there is so much opportunity down in our city.
It reminds me of how Irving started. Irving was a bunch of people that came together with a vision to create a great city and work together and to help each other out.
Well, I hope that they recognize that ordinary people like myself and you can do great things in our community, right?
Hopefully somebody else can look at it and then have the drive to want to do the same thing. So everybody should look at one another and help making the city a better place to live.
Passion meets precision at Milkshakes and More, where every recipe is crafted into a flavorful treat.
If you start with quality ingredients, you can make a good really anything. The milkshakes are awesome. We basically use ice cream and milk, and then we have inclusions that you can put in them. We do a classic shake, which is strawberry or chocolate or vanilla.
One of the shop's most popular shakes is the salted caramel Oreo cookie.
Oh my God, it's so good. I just got some toffee bits and they are the best, wow.
Along with some other customer favorite mixtures.
Chocolate raspberry and cream is very popular. Our peanut butter brownie bite, we got our brownies from the bakery 2 doors over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
We're a small family-owned local business. We want to support other family-owned local businesses. So.
Of course, if you're not feeling a milkshake, there are more options.
I think my daughter would have killed me if we didn't have boba tea anyways.
2-scoop sundae with the brown sugar with boba.
In addition to several teas, Milkshakes and More offers coffees, smoothies, slushies, gourmet chocolates, and popcorn.
Something for everyone in the family to enjoy, because not everyone wants a milkshake at the same time.
No matter what you choose to indulge in, the business prides itself on friendly customer service, catering to all dietary restrictions, and providing generous servings.
One of the biggest complaints I saw about milkshakes in general was they fill the cup 3/4 with the milkshake and then they fill it the rest of the way with whipped cream. We always want to give more, right? Give more rather than less.
Giving more to his hometown.
I've been living in Irving since 2015 and I just love the community, I love the diversity of it.
And inviting everyone to explore a variety of sweet treats to satisfy their cravings.